is that is that is that Winky in the house this morning? Hello, what's going on here? Subscribers. Guys are hilarious. Okay, save. Second, boys and girls. Good morning, everybody out there. Oh yeah, baby. See if I can hear all you guys out there. Just a second here. All kinds of stuff going on this morning, huh? Let me see what I can hear you guys this morning. All right, everybody's coming in this morning. Let's blow right over to it and see what's up. Let's just get right into it this morning. We're not even going to waste too much time here. Tesla's selling off this morning. I know that makes some of you very happy. You know, I was speaking with someone that, true Tesla bull, and, he made a fair point. Doesn't matter if you like or dislike Elon Musk or Tesla. He's got fanboys and fangirls for Tesla, and he's got fanboys for SpaceX, and he's got fanboys for Neuralink, and he doesn't quite have that yet for Twitter. You're right. And he actually has some infighting with the Tesla gang too right now, and I guess there's that one aspect of cleaning house and from his perspective, and also when does it switch to trying to create a fan base for Twitter, who really hasn't had too much of a fan base. Twitter's had warring factions since being, so maybe it'll always be like that. I'm not sure. Just on this opening bell this morning, we'll take a quick look at the market. We've got 7 minutes left, so we'll just have a quick talk here. This morning, we'll get into some other stuff. I did post some videos. So they were deleting accounts this morning on Twitter if you posted the videos from Chappelle last night. They were just outright banning people. And then I think someone there were some other people posting it without going up on a Twitter. Some Reddit accounts got slammed this morning. I posted the first one, and then I saw that a guy from Wired or some magazine started posting some as well. So I got the other three, posted those this morning, but I didn't post them on Twitter. What's funny is this morning I couldn't post any videos to Twitter, like have nothing to do with that Chappelle stuff last night. I think that my account's been some kind of shadow ban or lock on it at this point. So that didn't even take that long to find out who I am, which is kind of wild. And of course, I don't have 500,000 followers, so I can't go telling people where those videos are posted. Now, this morning, you remember the bell? So I did delete the red bar from over here this morning and the green bar above, but we knew last week, we knew a couple things last week, right? We didn't know if we'd be able to come up until Friday or Monday. And then as the week progressed here, we noticed that there were opportunities everywhere to sell this market. Some of us were up awake, I believe, here, right, on the 7th at like 2 o'clock in the morning, and you saw the same thing. There were no bids in the market, and right out of nowhere, just like a lightning bolt, boom, steps right in, and boom, there's a bid in the market in the middle of the night. They wouldn't let it sell off, okay? Same thing in cash market. All strength sold right into. All strength sold right into. And then the same thing into the bell on Friday. It's like the hole was there, but at the same time, you close for profit down here. We talked about both sides of this. They were parking this, right? They were parking this we looked at this earlier in the week and showed an implied move, right? We talked about, think of this like an ER. They're going to try to just bring it, like just pin it right to that 395. And that's basically what they've done at this point. Now, I'm going to get into, I have a this week's news brief. I sent it off to have it looked at and then published and sent to you via email. That has not happened, I guess, at this point. If you don't get it at some point this morning, the copy that I sent, I'll turn it into a PDF this morning, and I'll post it on @CaptainsAlpha for you, so we can discuss that this morning and this afternoon. Now, just looking at the day today, right? After you read this report, I'm going to tell you one thing: treat this CPI report on its own. It doesn't matter how they try to spin it. It doesn't matter. They could try to spin it any way they want. It doesn't really matter. The thing that you need to know is that, well, a couple things. First, PPI. It doesn't matter what the producers pay. Well, it does, but it doesn't. Consumer price index. It's going or so if I'm an end retailer, I will lose money sometimes for years in like a decade long repricing, right? And you already know they repriced. Producers have retail companies have already repriced their products. So it's not going to really matter if PPI came up slightly, or PPI had already come up slightly. This can get spun any way they want to spin it. It doesn't matter. Any kind of narrative they want to send to you heading into the federal funds rate decision, they're gonna spin it anyway. That doesn't matter. I would expect, though, the one thing that I would want to tell you is that I would expect that heading into the rate decision. As long as they don't close down here, I would expect it to slingshot back up, or at least hold in here into the day. The same thing I would expect up here at 400. As long as they don't close above it, I'm not going to call that bullish either. I'm going to expect any kind of a however the report is received. It really doesn't matter. Now today, if we were to close under 3,900 down here, I'd be scared heading into CPI, and that we'd be looking to go down. We'll talk about heading down lower into CPI and into we'll have that discussion today. How far down we can go, and bears holding it under, and the implication. We'll talk about as well where the gamma is in the market. There's some gamma. We're pretty much guaranteed, not guaranteed, but there's a fair chance that no matter what the decisions are, that heading into OPEX, we're going to head down to some lower levels. Not guaranteed, but 380 definitely there, just waiting. Right? We all know it's just sitting there waiting for us. The options market is looking like it can easily head down there, and then. After the options clear on OPEX, there is probably a fair chance, if we're oversold enough, right, that to maybe get a nice Vanna bounce and some repositioning on the market. And also when that repositioning takes place after, not so much CPI. I'll show you guys why CPI really doesn't matter. You'd have to have like a blowout hot CPI, like blowouts, like you're talking like double digit blowout. When you're looking at it over time, inflation's coming down, and it's going to rapidly come down. And I'll show you examples of it rapidly coming down in the past in these same situations. So we'll talk about that stuff as we move forward. But there's I'm getting more bearish into this event as time goes on. That's what I was saying this morning, was watch them rip it high, because the thought would be that we're going to head down. So the higher they are, the more they can dump it. So we'll take a look at today at how this goes. I have a feeling they're going to rip it today, mostly because of the selling that's going to probably take place, and we'll go over the entire thing today. I think that's going to be the key point for today, is this report that I wrote, and some expectations heading into the next couple days. So let me put the BOOKMAP back up for you here, so you guys aren't panicking or whatever. And I will I'll turn this into a small chart for you. Nice little green bar right off the bell. I'm expecting us to go up here today, and I think it's due to some expectations of us heading lower here into CPI, or not CPI, but the Fed funds rate decision. See if I can get this a little bit clearer for you here. Maybe I can do it just a second here. Yeah, and this is S2 over here. And I made it red today. Bears really want to see this as close below 3,900. This is kind of like the place, right? It's kind of the place for bears to have some conviction. And for the bulls, they really want to get it above 400. And I'm going to really expect today. Let's look at BOOKMAP real quick. I don't know exactly what's going on with my having some BOOKMAP issues right now. You know what I might end up doing here is, give me just a second here. I think I'm going to I'm going to reboot BOOKMAP this morning. BOOKMAP is hot and saucy at this time. Give me just a second here. I got to grab something. All right, I'm loading it back up right now. It should be just a moment. Bear with me here. See if I can spin this BOOKMAP back up for you. Some heavy resistance right now. A little bit more sellers and buyers. All right, let me just check in with you guys and see what's going on here. Let's go first. Let's go through your good morning, Michael. Good morning, Winky. What's up, brother? Good morning, John. Good morning, Faison. Good morning, Dylan, Ross, Garrett. John's in the house. Eric, good morning. Ergo, Euro Boomer, good morning. Good to see you, brother. Haven't seen you in a bit. How you been, Brent, man? Faison's in the house. Guru M Traders in the house. Mikey's in the house. Ryan, Legend X22X. Hey, good morning, everybody. Stephen Hunter. I've been meaning to catch up with you. I want to catch up with you at some point. I was thinking about doing an interview with you. So Stephen Hunter's an interesting man, so I'd like to hang out with him at some point. I'm gonna come find him. Joshua, good morning. Patrick, Blind Nestal, Tegan, Harushi's in the house. Chase, good morning, my man. Dean, Matthew. He has all the dick pics that I get in my DMs, right? That's too funny. Jay Cortina, good morning. Chansu, Gary Schultz, how are you? Tesla dumping, yikes. Yeah, I haven't taken a look at this point. Kind of sucks because Tesla in reversing right now is could be a really bad thing. You could see this reversal here. It might open the door to 130s. We'll take a look at Tesla at some point. And the sellers are coming in right off the bat this morning. You can see them on BOOKMAP, right? They're not even giving it a chance. They were like, hell no, you're not even getting. They're like, you're not even getting that to the pivot point. We're just taking you down here. Like, sellers are just like, hell no. Chase Striz is saying that it might be a trend J, which means to mean higher. Yeah, if I'll be honest with you. We can. I mean, I'll tell you the truth, right? If the idea behind the trend day is, well, in my mind this morning when I woke up, right? I was like, we should be sideways and weak into the close, waiting for CPI tomorrow. Should be a sideways and down day. And so I'm like, well, I'm gonna draw this green check, or I'm gonna draw this green arrow, and I'm gonna give it like a chance to get to the pivot or R1, possible R1. And then I posted it and I said, because I think this, it's probably gonna rip to R2, and especially if we're gonna sell off on CPI or sell off on. Because the more we sell off, right, the more chance that we're going to get a vol crush. And we'll talk about the interplay on that today, too. Depending on what they say, right, forget CPI. Depending on what they say, this federal funds rate decision, if we get vol crush, and depending on what they say, there could be like a Vanna rally that day, or if not, there's some really weird interplay here as to what's going to take place. We'll go over every part of it. What does 75 BPS mean? We'll go over what it's meant historically in the past. We'll go over staying the course, 50 BPS, hit the terminal rate heading into next year, pause and watch and hold. I'll show you what they're looking for. People didn't want to hear me this morning saying, people were really angry, I think, this morning to some extent. That's funny about this too is that people get upset when you say things like, "We need," or the Fed and the Treasury want to destroy employment. And they don't want to say that publicly. Although they do say it publicly, they know that most people do not have a financial education of any kind. So this is people that even go to college for a liberal arts degree. They just don't. And so the way that federal officials will sometimes choose their words is clear enough to anyone with a basic, taking an Econ 101 class. I kid you not. It's that simple. So to me, Yellen was saying as much on Sunday. It's not quite lying. It's saying something out of one side of your mouth, but meaning something else to anyone that has an idea. And that's really what they need. And I'll show you that historically, what they mean by that, or what she meant by that on Sunday, and how they're going to have. We're not seeing it right now. Captain SG report to your Twitter. Thank you. I appreciate that, Chase. Let me see what you're saying. Yeah, I want you guys to realize something too. I want you guys to be clear with you guys on something this morning, okay? If you guys hear things like there can be a Vanna rally, there can be a Vol Crush rally, there can be a Santa rally, any of those things, right? Be very aware that what they're not telling you is you'll get the Santa rally from right here, or that you'll get the Vanna rally from right here. Sometimes we can blast down to 380, and then you'll get your Vanna rally, right? You'll get your Santa rally down there. So I want you to be careful. Oftentimes when I see those posts, I'm like, yeah, I agree with this, but you don't know when it's going to happen and what the price will be when it happens. So if you're a bull out there and you don't trade both sides, if you're just like, I'm in long when it's appropriate to, I think sometimes bulls get caught in when you take that Vanna trade, or when you take that Santa trade, or when you take that Vol Crush trade. Let's just be conscious of that. And the Vol Crush trade can happen in two different places, price-wise. Let's see what else you guys are saying here. Yeah, no, it's the implication is that they're going to come in and try to sell it this morning, hands down. You're going to hands down see that. And the question is, do the dealers help in here to not let it get pushed down? That would be the push up. The push up would be just the dealers hedging against so much negativity in the market today. Is the point behind why we would go up. I appreciate that, Chase. I'll take a look at it. No, I don't think you're reading it wrong. I think that it matters. I don't think you're reading it wrong, Chase. I think how people read these things wrong is they get it in their mind that it's at the price we're at right now, right? It's gonna hold. It's gonna hold. We're gonna get the Vol Crush and it's gonna blast north. There's a lot of positioning in this market for at least 380 into OPEX. Lower, you would need to see waterfall puts. Good morning, Floyd's Garage. Good morning, Tommy. ZVNA will be a week, about $20. Good morning, Jay. Good morning, Marcus. Good morning, Kane, the Great. Good morning, Mark. Good morning, DJ. Good morning, John Haggerty. How are you? Constantine, good morning. Stephen Hunter, good morning, brother. I'm going to contact you, man. Stocks Anonymous, good morning. Good morning, GMM. Morning, RS. Yeah, he really has some building to do. He really, I've seen people come in and clean out companies, whether they actually believe it or not. So I can kind of to an extent. I can see it happens now. What he's choosing to clean the company with is it's unacceptable, man. It really is, and it's not TMZ. It really isn't. I mean, it really is not TMZ. I made a post once about the Pantheon, the plebs, and people thinking that they're taking a side on something, and you're really not. It's really bizarre. And I love Elon. You guys already know I love Elon. So, I know that there's some. So what are you guys saying here? Well, let me see what you guys are saying here, and we'll go over some stuff here. UNG through the roof. The gas. You guys want to do the gas trade today? Maybe if there's money over there, still money. Still waiting for a dip in CVNA. What's your thoughts on Elon? I watched the videos and hold on, let's see if we can get some action on this. We'll see what this sets up here. Yeah, you know the point of control is right here, right? You know this is negative gamma. I want you to be aware of this. Let's look on a 15-minute chart real quick so you guys can have some perspective. So I want you to see here, right? Came right straight down here, right? Blasted off. If this was any other week, right? And you saw this move. Remember we looked in the 5 and 15 minute towards the close? It was right up here, and I was like, you guys see this? And then I walked you back over here last time we had that happen. And you start to see that hook over. You saw that blast down. Any other time, right? Any other time, this would have been a 100-point move lower. 70, 80, 100 points, easy. And they just stopped it. But you're seeing it. You know, you could have this trade higher to the pivot point again, possibly. But what happens here, right? Do they trade it higher and then you reverse right back off it again? You know, you can trade the level. You can trade it at the pivot point, maybe trade the level up here. I would be going level to level on this stuff at best. And I would assume you already know you have sellers here. You have sellers here. You know, the argument could be made that there's a big old squeeze going to be going higher here into today. But if you're going to take that trade, it's level to level here. I promise you. It's definitely level to level. Nice little. I haven't checked the volume on the day yet this morning. It's only 700,000 buys on the 5 minute. Indecision so far here in this next candle. Not really forming anything that I'd be tempted on so far. And you also want to see, like, you can see VWAP coming down here. We're above VWAP now. It's getting bullish. When you guys count candles, if you're looking for a quick 3 minute trade, and you get that first green bar, you're waiting for that second green bar. And we do have we sold off the bell down here. We've got VWAP sitting here. If this next one's a green bar, it's going to start trying to at least blast up here and tag this level right here. Probably we'll call that 394.63. But I got stuff to show you guys. You guys want to see some stuff this morning? I got some cool stuff for you. Let me know if you want to see some stuff. Oh, yeah, nice little push higher going on right now. How sustainable that pump is questionable. Yeah, well, I'll show you guys all this stuff. Oh, here we go. Nice blast up here. You're gonna, if you're a bull, if you're taking it level to level, you're looking up here to close this gap. I should clean this up. Looking to close this gap right now. The next trade will be, of course, off pivot to R1. I don't even have my brokerage open right now. Haven't even looked. Been closing out hedges, and I got a little bit more hedge left on that I'm going to try to get rid of today if I can. I might have to hold it into the end of the day. There's R1 over there. Looks like they're cleaning up this. There's a little bit of a gap over here that needs cleaned up. We'll see if we can trade it higher today or not. Keep your eye on BOOKMAP. There's that small resistance. We'll take a look above from here and see if it can break above and where it's looking for, where it's looking to go. $3,999. That's pretty big. That's pretty big up there. 3,999. You see that small white bar coming in on the top there? 3,990. Right up here, R2. So we'll see if it can start to work its way up today, or if it'll just be more, so like just like Friday, right? on a normal day, if this wasn't an event week, I'd be like, yeah, we're going up there. We're gonna tag 399. You're gonna see that open wide open. So I don't know if we get that today. It'll just be feeding into any strength this morning. Let's see what you guys are saying here. They jacked up IV significantly around FOMC CPI since Friday morning, so to me that indicates potential for ripper after MC on vol crush. Yeah, okay, so that's going to it depends on what they say. So you're going to get initial reaction off of course you're going to get the initial reaction, right? Depending on what they say. That move, if it's positive, should sell off or possibly continue with vol crush, right? Maybe depending on how high we go first day and the second day. If it's bad news, right, we could just start trading down. And we'll talk about all the different... You guys can get a pen and paper this morning, write it all down. If this, then what? Or what would you think would happen, depending on what they say. Oh, shit. You know what? I didn't post it on Twitter. Let me, hold on a second here. Let me, give me a second and I'll post it on Twitter. I didn't even think to post this on Twitter. I was having problems this morning. I think I'm almost sure I got some kind of a, not full shadow ban, but I got some kind of a shadow ban on Twitter this morning. I definitely got a shadow ban from posting a straight video on my regular handle this morning. I'm assuming that they knew that somehow they're able to figure out, man. They know what's up. So let me yeah, they're like checking me. They're straight checking me. I tell you what, Elon's got the stuff out this morning. Elon's got the stuff out this morning. Yeah, almost a perfect tag off pivot. You see that right there? Almost perfect tag off pivot. Look at that, almost a perfect pin strike. It's kind of nice to see. People trading levels exactly. This looks like a low volume day. Does this look like a low volume day to you guys out there? I mean, look at that. Look at the look at how BOOKMAP's acting this morning. But then down again, might be that bearish Gartley setup. There was one moment during that 60 minutes interview that I thought was super important, but then I forgot about it. Yeah, so there was a we could replay that video if you want this morning. There was a moment in there where Yellen was basically saying she needed to destroy the middle class and the lower income people. I mean, that was basically what she was saying, and I'll show you why. I'll show you exactly why. You know what? In the Money, Adam made that video, and he explained it very well. Maybe we'll take an in-depth look at what he was talking about this morning, so you guys can see maybe on a clearer picture of what he was trying to say in that video. So maybe I'll bring up the Trading View, and we'll plug in. Let me see here. We'll plug in some of those tickers. Give me just a second here. Thanks for please give a thumbs up. Please subscribe if you haven't subscribed, but thumbs ups really do help me gain some traction. I think it's because you already uploaded a few times today. I see. Yeah, so I've cut most of my hedge. I've got a little bit of hedge left. I need to cut it loose at some point before the event vol goes away, because I captured a ton of vol premium. I mean, a ton. And you know what's crazy? Had I done it like a week earlier, I probably would be up like 300 or 400%. That's how much vol is built into this event. Vol crush. So, I've got something I can show you in the vol for the event. What is ball crush? Something similar to last time. The market ripped high and reversed hard. Yep. Yeah. Everybody's in here today. Fade the knee jerk usually if you're in place. I didn't receive the newsletter this morning. Okay, I'll get one out to you. What I'll do is I'll create a PDF today, and I will post it at Captain's Alpha in like a raw format. You guys can read it. You should read it. Do you guys want to read it right now? You want to do it right now so that before I even go into what to expect on Wednesday, you guys can go through the newsletter and figure it all out? I'll start charting out Tesla for you guys while I do that or something. Boyle is flying, baby. No, so what I'm doing is I've got a hedge that's a triple leverage Dow short for March, trying to capture a move lower. And my letter this morning kind of explains how that would play out into March. I don't. So I sent it off to a partner of mine to have him read it over it and see if he could get it emailed out to all of you this morning. There may have been issues. You understand? I write this stuff, and then other people have to look at it, and make sure they haven't fucked everything up. Yeah, you should have received it. Yeah, I'll do it right now. Give me 2 minutes, right? What I'll do is I'll create a document. I'll post it to Captain's Alpha right now. You guys can just read through it. I recommend that you read through it, okay? I think I might have missed one part of the decision that they'll make that something different could happen, but we'll look at that this morning too. What you guys need to be prepped for this. I need you guys to all understand what to expect in the coming 2 days, okay? So that you feel confident moving forward. Give me just a minute here, and I will. Give me just a minute. I'm going to mute this conversation real quick. I'm going to take 2-3 minutes and try to create a PDF and post it up so you have access to it. And then we'll start going through the actual charts so you can see what I'm talking about. Okay, I just posted it to see if this works. It says this link might be unsafe, but it's not. Hold on, now. View the document. See if I can. Let me delete this here and see if this helps. Says it might be an unsafe link, but it's not. And you can scroll through this and read the post that I have here. It says might be my computer saying it might be an unsafe link, but it's not. This is a PDF copy. It's pdfhost.io. You can search the company. They're fine. do not view the document without protection. It's on at Captain's Alpha. If you guys want, I'll bring it up right now for you. I'll show you exactly what it's saying to me. So it's saying, malicious links that can steal personal information. This is a closed group, so I'll go through it with you guys right now. Give me a second here. If you guys don't want to download it, you don't have to. We'll just go through it, okay? Hold on a second here. We're just going to go through it right now. I'll read it to you guys this morning so that I'll read it to you. You can pause and come back to it. It'd only be appropriate to launch a new weekly newsletter during one of the busiest weeks of the year. But first, happy holidays. Seems like the past few years have been anything but easy. Blah, 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 blah. We have a busy week, right? Federal funds rate announcement, fair Fed chair. But I do need to say to you that the following is only my best guess. It should not be construed as financial advice. And if is often wrong, it's often wrong, okay? But I know that you want a clear, simple opinion. I'm expecting the Fed to maintain course to the terminal rate with 50 BPS this week and smaller rate increases next year, pausing rates to hammer down inflation and raise the unemployment rate. Further, there is a 30% chance of a 75 BPS coming into Wednesday, not an insignificant risk. I'm treating the CPI report as their own tradable event. They can be intentionally interpreted to be hot or cool to push a narrative. But I want to be clear, unless CPS comes in raging hot, inflation is coming down and should accelerate down all of 2023. The Fed is aware of this. I want you to know that the Fed is aware of this, okay? Below is a corresponding inflation chart with previous instances. This is also why the argument that the Fed is boxed into a corner and will announce cuts sooner than expected is being floated. Now, the blue graph is inflation. The red graph is the Fed funds rate. I want you to see this inflation mark and this rollover back in 1974. There's another one here. I believe this is 1978 or 77. Now, you'll also note that the Fed funds rate, immediately they started cutting rates when this roll here in inflation took place. Now, right now we have that same instance of inflation rolling over. And I'm going to show you this on the actual charts this morning. And you can also see the Fed fund rates coming up to a point where they could have to start to cut. And I'm going to show you later on why they're going to have to cut, why the implication they have to cut. If they don't cut now, right? If they don't pivot now, and they hold into 2023 into possibly 2024, we could do some not irreparable, but some serious damage to the economy, some serious damage to the stock market. Here's why I disagree that the Fed will be dovish. The unemployment rate has not been rising with the drop in inflation and raising of rates. You want to see the unemployment rate going up with both of those, okay? And that has not happened. This will force Jerome Powell to have a Volcker moment and stay the course with policy until unemployment begins to rise in a meaningful way. The truth is, until the Fed punishes the working class with high unemployment, the stock market will not begin a new bull cycle. Below is the unemployment rate. You can see the Fed is waiting for it to rise or will need to shock it into rising. Okay, I want you to see this unemployment rate down here. And the fact that the unemployment rate is not coming up with inflation rolling over with the leverage from the Fed fund rate means it needs to be shocked. How do you shock it is the question. There's two ways to shock it. that would be an unannounced rate increase on Wednesday, 75 BPS, shows that the Fed is serious and could possibly jumpstart some kind of response from the unemployment rate. Now, if they don't choose to do that, right? If they choose not to do the 75 BPS, they could stay the course. If they give you the 50 BPS today, they stay the course into next year. And I'll show you on the charts with the algorithm what it shows will happen. And the idea would be we would trade sideways and be looking sideways and down, waiting for that moment where they actually cut rates and unemployment comes up. You would see the market have one last capitulation move. Now, let's say right now you got that capitulation move right now, right? The destruction might only go down to, let's say, 3,200 or 3,100. If they wait and stay the course into 2023, into 2024, if you see us start trading down and below the weekly moving average, we start having targets much lower than 3,100, 3,200. We actually start having targets down 2,400s, 1,600, stuff like that. And you would also see the unemployment rate begin to rise into 2023 and then maybe possibly into the end of 2024 with rapid deceleration of inflation. He has made it clear that the Fed plans on a soft landing. That's key, too. It's a key thing to consider going into Wednesday. His idea of a soft landing, and this is why he's in a box right now. The idea of a soft landing is about 3,200 to 3,100. That is what their people are trying to tell you in social media. They're being forced into a corner. For that soft landing to happen, right, they cannot not pivot into late next year, into the end of 2023. It's just not possible. It's not possible in any way, shape, or form. So what are they faced with? They're faced with trying to jumpstart unemployment rates going up, right, with a 75 BPS rate hike, or there's option B, and that is where they will pivot right now and attempt to dump the market and trigger unemployment going up at this point, okay? Like a jump start of the market. So the Fed plan B is if at any point the Fed cuts rates, it will trigger a capitulation moment, plunging the market to lows of 3,100 to 3,200 and triggering unemployment to skyrocket, also leading to a new bull run. The only question left is, do they rip the Band-Aid off? That's what you want to know this week is, do they rip the Band-Aid off, right, and try to jumpstart the economy, or do they stay the course into 2024? If they do, right, so if they don't rip the Band-Aid off, right, a sideways and down market with a couple early year and late year attempts to crash the market to much lower lows than 3,100 as the economy collapses and the Fed finally cuts rates. So what you would see if you follow my cursor here, if they stay the course, right, you're going to see the market want to roll down into 2023 and 2024. You'll see multiple attempts in early 2023 and then a final attempt in 2024 once they stop, not just pause, but pivot. And you would see that capitulation move, and that you'd actually start seeing some lower numbers. You'd be starting to target like 2,800, 2,600, 2,400 at minimum. If you do that much damage at that point, and as a matter of fact, just so you know, if you cross over this weekly moving average here, that's when you start to get, if you go back down under the weekly moving average and start to cross below it, and historically, at least in our stock market, that's when you start seeing moments like 2000, 2001, 2007, 2008. It's not pretty, is it? And this is why many think that the Fed will cut rates now rather than later, rather than risk severe economic damage. Where do I stand? I don't. The reaction trade is the best trade here heading into Wednesday. This meeting will determine if we rip the Band-Aid off and only revisit the weekly moving average, maybe slightly lower, or the economy and the market has a meltdown by early, I should have written, or at least by early 2024. You'll get a couple attempts in early 2024, and then more than likely a last attempt at the end of 2024, November, December. I expect if rates in the path stay the same, there may be an initial vol crush pump Vanit trade leading to the market reversal into OPEX, then a chance after OPEX trade higher if a low can be found on breadth. For now, I'm bearish in the market, though, and I always trade the levels, even if they go up. Best regards, CaptainJimJames. And I just talked to you about what to be expecting in the coming weeks here. I'm going to close that out for you. Made that nice and quick and easy. I'm going to show you in the charts what I'm talking about this morning, okay? I think under most circumstances, so let's look at this for a moment, okay? If you get a, hold on a second, I got to sneeze. If you get, let's say we go into this FOMC meeting, right? And you get a Fed pivot, like a legit pivot, because they're being pushed into a corner, okay? They're lying. I want you to know that they're lying to you. I know for 100% fact that they're lying to you. So so if let's say they do a pivot, they could do this where they say, look, we'll try to do the pivot. Hopefully we get a capitulation move. We blast down, right? If you get the pivot move, you get a capitulation move. You let's say even if we go up, let's say we go up to like 430, you'll still get a capitulation move. Market should capitulate, blast down, right? And it could jumpstart a turn in unemployment. You would end up seeing companies coming out and saying, you know, if we blast down at 3,200, you'd start seeing doom and gloom everywhere. They would then monitor to see if unemployment continues to come higher. They could even come back later on and put rates back onto the market, believe it or not, as that unemployment rate gets jump-started. And then you start to see unemployment continue to rise in 2023, 2024. Second thing they could do is they hit you with the 75 BPS. It tells the market that they're serious. Tells the market that they're staying the course until we meet these certain economic conditions on the outside of the market. Now, if we have that, you'd still see some kind of a capitulation move and a move higher likely. The market can easily, and I can show you this historically, can easily go up when the Fed is applying rates. If the market feels as though the Fed, the Treasury Department, is taking this seriously, the market will move up as unemployment starts to rise. So that the 75 BPS might be the best solution to save the market at this point, believe it or not. Now, if the Fed stays the course and says to you, yeah, we're going to do the 50 BPS. Yeah, we're going to get into the terminal rate by early springtime. We'll pause and monitor and apply more if we need to. You might not see the market come up until they see that the Fed is serious, right? Now, even if they do say that, right, that means they haven't broken anything. But you have to understand that we're going to begin to trade sideways and look for that capitulation moment. So you could see more damage as we get into next year. So you guys are saying here. When have we ever had a soft landing after a bump in? When have we ever had a soft landing after a 5% bump in inflation? I can show you guys exactly when we've gone up. If you want to see, I'll show you right now. Give me just a second here, and I'll bring some stuff up for you. Now, there are some contrarian indicators going on in the stock market right now, believe it or not. We'll look on we're going to look at a couple places, okay? I'm going to show you a couple places real quick. Just a second here. Let's talk about some contrarian indicators, okay? I want you to see, right, if you're a bull out there, this is a daily chart on just the SPY, okay? You're going to be looking for, you don't want to be buying the market right now, do you? You can see that we still have not lost market breadth at this point, but it is telling that we're close to losing market breadth and we're not down here in the charts just yet, are we? So this is implying that we are accumulating down here, okay? I want you to be aware of that, that market capitulation is showing a higher low in the market currently. Same thing over here, right, with the PPO. The bulls are looking for a signal here that we capitulate and that we actually start to begin to reverse on the PPO. Now, there is a negative here. The momentum indicator is showing a crossover that took place, yes, I believe it was Friday, finally took place. These are typically on a daily chart very bad. Not good at all watching these. Now, I want to take your attention though to something else underneath the market. If you begin to look on a weekly chart on these indicators, they're telling a slightly different story. Down here, they're showing some more capitulation needed on a weekly basis, but you're watching, if you're going back in time, right? I want you to see here, this PPO is starting to show, right? Some major buying of this market underneath, okay? I want you to look at this PMO down below as well. That's trying to fight rather than reverse course over here. Now I'm going to show you on a monthly chart that underneath the market, okay? I'm going to show you this. There's still some room to go down here right now. So we're not talking about price here. What we're talking about is that there's some kind of a bottom coming. Okay, and there's some kind of a bottom coming in the market. It's going to happen soon. I don't know if it's this week. I don't know that if it's January or March, or if it's even possibly into late to next year. But these indicators are telling you on a higher time frame that we're near some kind of a bottom. So if you're a bull or a bear, it doesn't matter. If you want to protect your money, we'll talk about that on a. Hold on a second here. Here, hold on a second. Let me go back to the day. I'm going to show you on a regular chart here. I'm going to turn some of these off. I'm going to just keep it real simple for you, okay? You know that there's some accumulation going on down here. You know that there's an idea, if you have cash to deploy, that you're buying this bottom here. You're more than likely looking to buy a bottom sometime in 2023 and possibly even late in 2023, 2024. So your dollar cost averaging to not miss when this happens, okay? So just if a macro view, if you're looking to buy this market, there was a chance to buy it here. If you didn't buy anything here, you're more than likely going to see something coming up either this week into January, March. You should see attempts down here to begin to start to re-enter the market. You start off with 10, 15%, then you add 20% at a lower low, and then you add another 10, 20% at a lower low, and have some cash in hand, 30, 40% for that turn whenever it happens here, okay? Now I'm going to show, at least that's, let me go to SPX. Just a second here. SPX. All right. We're going to look at SPX here. This is a good one for you. We're going to do some, you guys get your TradingView apps up. If you're at home right now, go break open TradingView on a computer or a laptop or something. Get your phone out. And what are we going to start with? We'll start with the Fed fund rate. This is the effective Fed funds rate right here. You can just compare a symbol, go to SPX, Fed funds rate. You just do a new pane right here. And then you'll do an inflation as a percentage, right? You got an inflation rate right here, year-over-year inflation rate, USIRYY. Do a new pane there. And then you'll do the unemployment rate right here. You can just type them in, and we'll start looking at these. Matter of fact, we'll go one by one. I did the Fed funds rate first, right? Yeah. We'll just start with the first one, okay? And inflation as a percentage. I'll put that back on there. New pane. Okay. So we'll just look at inflation back in history, and we'll come over to some key points. Okay, I want you to see this. I want you to follow my cursor down here, this blue line, right? I want you to see that. So do you see the curling over here of inflation, right? See that curling over, inflation's coming down? This is why it doesn't matter what the CPI print says. I want you to see that, okay? Inflation is coming down. Anyone that's telling you that inflation is not coming down, they don't know what they're talking about. At least the rates that they use, inflation's coming down. You're also watching the Fed rates increase still, right? And I want you to see back here in past instances when inflation has rolled over, right? That you've seen. I want you to remember these two instances right here, okay? I want you to see that the Fed will typically pivot here. Okay, sorry. I want you to see that the Fed, so this is the inflation rolling over, right? And the Fed will typically be forced to pivot. And they pivot rapidly, okay? I want you to see that. We'll talk about the Volcker moment later. We'll talk about Paul Volcker moments later, but you can see historically this is what happens. You can see it in history as well, that they start to cut rates, right? You can see it right here. They start to cut rates. Same thing right here. Begin to cut rates, okay? I want you to be aware of that. Just looking at inflation. And they know from previous examples, because of the Fed rates going higher, that they should expect rapid inflation, or inflation going down, right? Rapidly. Just a second here. We're going to look at one last one. I'm going to bring up, over here. This is the unemployment rate. This is the one that pisses people off. This is the one that pissed me off when I was watching Yellen yesterday. Because they know this. Okay? You see down here this rapid rise in inflation or in unemployment. Look at how fast that is. You see that? But we're not quite seeing that rise yet, are we? Not quite seeing it down here. You're not seeing. What you should be seeing right now. If they were like today, what you really want to be seeing is you really want to be seeing this up, like this high. This should be bottom in the market. This would indicate a bottom in the market. You want to see this. You want to see these three compared and looking just like this. If you're looking for a bull run, historically, since the beginning of the stock market, you're looking for something like a bottom with unemployment being high, with a rollover in inflation, and with some kind of max rates going on. Do you see what I'm saying here? And we're not seeing that right now, are we? This is an abnormality in unemployment. And we're going to look at a couple places. I think In the Money talked about this. So if I'm stealing any of his thunder or anything like that, I'm going to give him all the credit. So please check him out. Check out his channel. Guy's amazing. Look up to him 100%. So let's look at, this is what, 1993? And I was actually looking at this one down here. I was looking at this moment in 1980. This kind of looks kind of similar. This is on a weekly or monthly. Let's look at a weekly and see if that proves. This is 08. Maybe this can give a better idea for you. And when you see these rates get cut right here, right? This is the rate being cut, and there's one more plunge down. Do you see this one more plunge? The cut rates, boom, we plunge down, ramp up of unemployment, right? And then we trigger a run. Does that make sense? I want you to see that, right? You see inflation actually peak. Inflation might come back up, and it'll slowly come down. You actually see the market move higher. I'm going to show you it again over here as it took place. See if I can get the scale to show it. Not softer landing in here, right? 1980. You see that softer landing? But we did trade higher prior to. This is because we raised rates so high that the stock market believed that the Fed was taking the internals, the damage that's taking place underneath the hood. We traded kind of sideways and up. We only had that one capitulation moment. We had a rise in unemployment. When you don't see that rise in unemployment, that means there's something wrong, right? So when you start to see that the rates are going up, right, you start seeing inflation rising, but you're seeing that the Fed is serious here, right? That's the key. Does the market believe the Fed is fighting inflation? And we're not seeing that right now in our current market. I want you to know that. So how do you jumpstart that? How do you jumpstart that right now in our market and where we are? So today or Wednesday, you're going to be looking for the Fed to have some kind of a capitulation moment in the market, either by the market taking the Fed seriously, right? Maybe a rate shock, or being forced into that corner to pivot. And if they pivot, you'll still see that capitulation moment down in the stock market. You'll see it, right? A blast down quickly instead of waiting. So we start to go lower and lower into 2024. You end up seeing a capitulation move in the market, and that hopefully triggers this unemployment number to come up into 2023. It means that the Fed's serious, right? You'd see strong language. The Fed would be serious. You might see a little bit of inflation coming back, but you want to see inflation coming down. And if they crank it up, right, this could be like a catastrophic in the news. In your view, you'd see it as catastrophic. It'd be presented as catastrophic. But the reality is, for us as traders, us as investors, we're actually looking for that move and for this rate to move higher, so that once they do cut the plug on the federal funds rate, you've got unemployment high, you've got inflation coming down. You know you can buy that bottom, and we're off and running again in the stock market. Does that make sense? Everybody tracking that? If they come out today, right, and I'm telling you, they come out on Wednesday. They come out on Wednesday, and they try to tell you they're going to stay the course. I don't know. Maybe we do get we could possibly get a quick reaction up. We have that Vanna rally. They tell you we're going to 430 or some nonsense like that. But I don't think that's real. I think that you're going to end up seeing sideways and down, man, until they do. Sideways and down until you see that capitulation move in the market. The longer we wait for that capitulation move, the more we begin to trade sideways and down. And we start to really do damage, right? The longer that it takes, the deeper that we're going to go in that capitulation move down the road. Let me get rid of this for you real quick. Let me bring this down. I'm getting all bearish. I bet all the bulls that are listening this morning are like, what the F is he saying? I bet the bulls out there are like, he's gone. He's a traitor. I'm not a traitor. I don't care about tax loss harvesting right now, and you shouldn't either. It means nothing. In the grand scheme of the world right now, I'm telling you, the tax loss harvesting means absolutely nothing to this market right now. Zero. It means zero. The market has to either believe that the Fed is fighting inflation, but they kind of do think that I think that the market believes that the Fed is fighting inflation. It's all in unemployment now. How many times have we had conversations in this channel? I mean, you tell me in the chat, how many times I've told you? How many times have I said to you that until Joe the mechanic has lost his job, has lost his wife, has lost his kids, has lost his $140,000 truck, has lost everything, and you know Joe, like he's a guy you know, right? I don't care if he's a mechanic. I don't care if it's a Mary. I don't care who it is. I told you in the stream 100 times. Until you see that, right? I don't want to hear about a market crash. You get what I'm saying? And we'll get that market crash when you see that, right? You want to see blood in the streets. You want to see that capitulation move. You want to see the unemployment rate rise. You have to, and the Fed has to trigger it. And I don't know how they trigger it. If not, maybe the 75 BPS could send the stock market up. And if it does, you'll still down the road see Joe Mechanic lose all of his shit, even though the stock market's going up. That's where the separation in the stock market and the economy comes in. Does that make sense? So if the stock market believes that the Fed's fighting it, even if they're not actually fighting it, they're just buying time, but they're doing something, you might actually see the stock market go up. But that's the truth. That's what Yellen was saying yesterday in her interview, which was disgusting. Because if she had told the truth to the interviewer, or if the interviewer probably knew this as well, and the fact that they weren't truthful to most people that don't have any idea of how this will impact them in their regular lives, it's kind of gross and disgusting. It's kind of dirty. Do you guys get what I'm saying? So how do you trade this into Wednesday, right? You should be coming back into this video, writing all this stuff down, and trade a reaction off of whatever the rate announcement is. Yeah, I don't care about any of that stuff. I guarantee you that the stock market can go up. 100% the stock market can go up. The U.S. economy, the U.S. Does not care about what's happening in the rest of the world. I don't know if you know that. I know you think that we're tied into the world economy, but we are not. Our stock market gives a rat's ass about the rest of the world. Like, it doesn't care. This is your first time hearing it? So that's what you need to know. You can always pause this video, go back and watch that stuff. I posted the link up on that PDF hosting site. You should get a copy of it today. If I will have one emailed to you by the time I go to bed tonight, so that you have some access to it. And you should trade the reaction off whatever their rate decision is today. It's a key. This is a very important week. This is why I don't believe that CPI matters. This is why I don't believe PPI matters. That there's a real serious tone to what the Fed does on Wednesday. It is probably the most important decision of the year to know what's taking place sooner than later or later than later. It's pretty much setting the tone for 2024. So I just gave you the bear. So so the longer that the Fed maintains the course that they are on, 50 BPS, terminal rate coming in this late winter, early spring, right? And then a pause. The longer that they take into 2023 and 2024, the more damage will be done with a big bull or big bear collapse or not collapse, but the big, like, we're going to 1600. The longer they take, the more damage is going to be done. Absolutely. It'll be the slow bleed out. And I think that's part of what Elon was saying. So Elon's trying to protect his company. So whether you guys can parse or understand what Elon was saying in his tweet about the Fed should pivot, is if I was Elon or any CEO, I would be trying to protect my company from going bankrupt. That would mean a Fed pivot. If the Fed does not pivot and chooses, Elon should have said 75 BPS, because that would have done the same thing. He has I was a little upset that he wasn't more specific. If he had said 75 BPS or a pivot, that would have been the smart tweet from him. Him saying just the pivot was not enough. But he's saying that because he knows that if the Fed drags this out, if they drag the economy and the market out for another year, you will see real destruction. You will see not just the middle class and the poor get destroyed. You'll see companies in America start to get destroyed. 100%, almost guaranteed. Almost guaranteed. Historically, almost guaranteed. You'll have an event just like 2000, 2001, 2007, 2008. So very critical meeting on Wednesday. I don't know if everyone knows the importance of the meeting on Wednesday. I don't think that you need to capture the entire trade. If it goes down, there'll be plenty of room to go down. There's no need. Well, I guess you can. There's traders out there that like to trade both sides. For me, I don't need to. I'd rather trade the reaction to trade it down. I'd rather trade the reaction to buy that bottom when it happens. There's plenty of time in that trade. Yeah, but the housing market can become stabilized. It's the people with bad debt. You guys have to understand that this has more to do with people with bad debt. Shaking those people out. No, I mean, no. I know that argument with labor force participation rate. I understand that argument. This is hammer and nail. Hammer and nail. Hammer and nail. It's all about hammer and nail. It's a blunt instrument. I think you guys are definitely trying to mix two things that don't mix well, which is the economy and the stock market. And you guys have to look at this if you're tuning into me, I'm assuming that you're an investor. I'm assuming that you're a short seller, a long equity buyer, some kind of you're a trader of some kind out there. And there are times to include the economy into your market decisions, and there are times to understand how they impact where the market is going to go, and they oftentimes do not intersect. And usually people get caught on the wrong side of a hammer and nail from the Fed. You guys have to understand there's a big difference in how the stock market trades versus how the economy is, and what the Fed and the Treasury is trying to accomplish. I got to warn you guys out there. You got to put your blind as an equities trader, right? You have to put your blinders on. As a matter of fact, the bond market. I heard some guy telling me that the bond market isn't quite sure yet. The bond market is definitely trading to the Fed sticking with their path right now. Definitely, or it's set up for that possibility, I should say. Definitely. Did you copy all that, Troy? Right on. So I think I'm clear on that. And, you guys, so the last time Jerome Powell spoke, I knew, and what he was saying was, we're going to pivot, or there's a chance we pivot. And the market went up on that. If there's a pivot, you could see a 2-week, this is the other side of it too. If you see a pivot, it's possible that the market's initial reaction is we're getting out of this. You could make that argument that the market could scream higher for like 2 weeks. Market could scream higher for 3 days. They could be telling you in the news, it's all over, we're going up. And all it is a trap. You're not actually getting to 430. More than likely, they'll just roll it right back down, and they'll slam down on 3,200. This is a pretty good place to do it at. I mean, if we were at like 410, 420, and they dropped it, you really got to understand, if we're at like 410, 420, and they dropped it down to 3,200, no one's hedged. Everyone's out, or the long only people are all off sides. There'd be no time to get them back on sides, right, to get protection. There'd be no hedging going on. The bears would believe it or not, that we're not going back down, and they wouldn't be short, and they wouldn't be holding puts, and you'd literally catch the entire market off sides. Or not the entire market, you'd probably catch like 80% of the market off sides. 80%, 90% would be off sides. You'd have people removing shorts in the market. You'd be bears not buying puts. You'd be inundated with news that were going up, and then boom, there it would go, like 420, go down 1,000 points, and and you know what the crazy part is? We didn't break the stock market. we didn't break everything. And stock market's been saved. It's brief. It's painful. They ripped the Band-Aid off, and we're down at 3,200. We're not down at the 2,400, the 1,600 mark. That's like a chance that they will attempt to do that in this meeting, or maybe even the next meeting. They don't have to do it today or this week, but I'm telling you, they're either going to rip the Band-Aid off in the next couple Fed rate decisions, and if they don't, we're facing real danger. Real danger in the economy, real danger in the stock market. Good. Tough Week is saying the VIX is climbing. It should. We should enter volatility today at some point. It should continue to grow into the CPI report and then also into the event itself. It's a good thing to be long the VIX, and then of course, if you're going to be long the VIX, or if you're going to be long on a hedge, like a call or like a inverse ETF, remember to take your money and run. Remember how like new VIX traders are always like, UVXY, buy the UVXY, don't be buying calls and puts. Make sure that you're capturing that profit as we head into Tuesday and Wednesday. You'll see a repricing, right? Event vol. Let me see if I can find my event vol stuff here. I thought I posted an SPX event vol. Let me see if I got it in here somewhere. I'll show you guys this real quick. If I have it. I don't know if I have it here, but let me see if I do. Okay. I got all kinds of stuff for you guys today. It's going to be fun times. Okay. This might be, this probably isn't today, but it serves its purpose. It's been it gets updated every day. This is not an updated copy, but it serves its purpose. Okay, and we're gonna go over implied volatility. Now it's probably higher today, but that doesn't matter. Okay, this is what matters. No matter what, not no matter what. In most circumstances, if you follow my cursor, this is the event vol. Okay. You'll see a crush on this after the event. See the dates down here, 6 days, 8 days. I want you to see that the volatility comes off. It's still elevated down here, okay? This is still elevated volatility. You can, if you're going to trade, let's say we get crush, right, on the event volatility, and we don't have a crash immediately. You want to be looking. I'll get you today's implied volatility, and you can track these and see if it's going up or down. These things don't matter down the road. Like, don't ever be looking at down the term structure road. They don't know what's going to happen. I promise you that. You'll have people out there in social media trying to tell you, oh, yeah, it's doom and gloom for the next 5 years or something. Don't be looking at down here. Right here is what matters. Hey, buddy. But what you want to be seeing is if puts are added down the road. 20 days, 30 days, 3 months down the road. After the event, right after Wednesday's event, you'll either see this come down or go up. If this goes down, it means that they don't think we're going to have continued down right into January, February, March. If you're a bull thinking this is the bottom, you'll be looking for puts coming off down here, right? Or this volatility at least coming down. If this volatility starts to rise, that means that they don't believe any kind of pump that comes in after this crush over here on the left. I'll do a class on that sometime on implied volatility. Number one, it's not true. It's just a forecast. And it also takes into account how well hedged the stock market is, if they're not hedged in the stock market, if they take hedges off or put hedges on. Oftentimes, if you see a rip in the market and it reverses and you go, why did it reverse? You can actually check the implied vol, and it'll give you an idea if we're going to get a market reversal down the road, 2 months, a month, 3 weeks down the road. Yeah, you guys have to look at it. So Andre's saying I'll settle for 3,200. There'll be a lot of good deals to be picked up then. Yeah, you guys have to see that there's pretty much two paths. We pretty much get a bottom around 32 to 3,100. If the Fed is either if the stock market believes that the Fed is serious, You'll see a bottom at 31 or 3200. You'll see a retest. I'll show you why about this retest. So you guys want to see it? I'll show you that right now. Hold on a second. Let me see if I got a weekly moving average in here. These are just simple things you guys can do. You don't really need to be rocket scientists when it comes to the stock market. Oftentimes, you'll see people that try to complicate things for you as an investor, as a trader, and you really don't. This is a weekly moving average. Okay, see this red line right here? This is a weekly moving average, and I'm going to show you. Take all this away. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about here. Okay. There's another great layer for you to, like, simple things for you to be looking at. Now we did bounce off it, well, blasted through it and then bounced off it in the COVID crash, and we had unemployment blasted through the roof, and actually we crashed right through here. Right, let me get rid of this right here for you, but I want to show you something. We'll look at this on a weekly point. So we came down, right? We touched the weekly moving average briefly broke through. You'd really like to see if we're gonna, let's say they're saying, hey, you could have a capitulation moment, and we could have a capitulation moment soon, right? Or we could have a capitulation moment later on in 2024, and we can already try to posit that the longer we wait, the worse it could get. So let's say we get up a capitulation moment now. You'd like to see some kind of a bounce off of the weekly moving average. You get the retest, right? And we can continue on if we believe the Fed. Does that make sense? Or if we're seeing unemployment rising. Does that make sense? Even if we blast through briefly down here, let's say, okay? This is like right now. Now into like January. Right now, okay? Now I'm going to show you what happens if this weekly moving average continues, right? And we're still not believing the market, and we begin to slip under the weekly moving average. I'll show you exactly what happens when you slip under, because it's not pretty. And there's only a few times in history that we have slipped under, and I'll show you exactly what takes place once we slip under. It's pretty nasty. Okay, and so I'm going to show you that right now, so you can see it historically here. You want to see the last time we slipped under it? It's right here in 08. We tested it, right? Did that bullshit we just did. We slipped under, and you see the length of time it took here? And we started blasting down, and we stayed down. Does that make sense? I'm going to show you the next example in the past. We can go right back to the beginning of the stock market with this stuff. When do you think the last time was? Right here in 01. Right? This time we blasted down, came back up, and we found out it was going to take longer than anticipated, right? And once we broke under the second time, right, we came through, we came back up, we retested and failed, right? And that was it, right? Took longer than expected, right? The Fed, right, saying, oh, we're going to stay the course for another year, right? I want you to see that. And then I want you to see in previous examples, we start going back in history, right? Touch and go, right? Touch and go. This is 1990, right? Same back in here in 87. This is when we had the algo crash, right? This is back in 1979, 1980, right? Retest and go. Do you see that? Boom, down to it. Boom, down to it. Off and running. Break below. One more test. Off and running. This is the jump start that they're trying to do right now. They're trying to do some kind of a jump start here, and they have to do it sooner than later. Does that make sense to you? They don't want to break below and spend some time down here, because we know where that winds up, right? We have previous examples of when it takes longer than expected, right? But there's more damage done, and there's more time for damage to be done to the stock market and our economy. Back here. So this weekly moving average is pretty important, right? We can see this one right here, 1973, right? Touched it, came up, spent time, right? This is all time in market when they're not being serious about fighting inflation. And as time goes on, we start slipping underneath, and that's it, right? Boom, down below, right? I'm going to be aware of this. Touch and go is what they're looking for. When you start messing around with this line and spending time here, this is actually back to when they were using high employment to actually, they wanted high employment here to keep everybody employed. Everybody gets a job. Everybody's going to buy a house, and they actually performed QT to keep everybody employed. But we can see all these examples like this in the past. This is going back into the 1900s. WMA, weekly moving average. Key place here for you as an equity trader. You want to see some kind of a retest down here. You want to see that capitulation move, or maybe a trade higher and then a capitulation move. This is the one that I prefer, where you get that blast higher. You got bears and bulls thinking, nope, that's it, we're out of here, right? You get the Fed saying 75 BPS. Everybody's caught off sides. We're going higher. And what they do is instead, as you start to unhedge, take all your hedges off, start buying the shit out of Tesla and all that other craziness, bears start dumping all their shorts, and then boom, it comes down, right? One last touchdown below, everybody's off sides, and then we try to maintain the market here, jumpstart the economy up higher, and this is the soft landing. Everybody talks about that, right? GS talks about that, Bank of America, BOFA. The longer we spend over here, the more chance that we start to do this kind of nonsense here, and you'll start to see some really nastiness as time moves forward. Hold on, my phone is blowing up here in the background. Oh, yeah, baby. Joey Harper's in the house. He's about to send it out to everybody. He's texting me right now. Hold on a minute here. Let me put you back on the, let me put you guys back on the regular live stream here. Look at that. This market hasn't done a dang thing. Hold on a second here, guys. Let me call Joey Harper. We should put Joe on a live stream at some point. Hold on a second here. Oh, let me call you back. I got the wrong person. My daughter's name is hold on a second here. You guys understand? Oh, he's in there. Joey's in the house. My man Joe. You guys getting all this morning? Is this helping any of you? Do any of you not understand simply that weekly moving average should have been the simplest way to explain it to you? Is everybody clued in on this morning? Morning, Joe. I love you. I miss you, brother. So Troy is saying 25-month average time to recover after clearly falling under the 200-week moving average. So I want all of you guys to know that stuff. If you're a trader, if you're an investor, there are simple ways for you to know what's going to happen. I love you, Joe. Oh, yeah, baby. If you're not a member on the website, go to JimJamesNavy.com. Go to CaptainJimJames.com. It's free for you to sign up. I'll send you a newsletter. I don't send, you know how you guys sign up things and you get like 100 emails? You get like one every week begging you to come back. They give you a teaser. You don't get that from me. When I send you something, it's like, read it. I want you to read this. It's not complete. The one that I showed you this morning needed some work done to it. There's some garbage gobbledygook speak in there. I didn't get a chance to review it. I meant to review it with my wife, believe it or not, and Joe. I didn't have the time to review it and do some word mechanics. So there's some word salad going on in that thing. But it gets the point across to you at least. I went over it with you the charts this morning. You should be able to pause this video, go back, and easily understand the truth behind the market. Oh, yeah, Joey, brother. I love you, Joe. I love you. Did you catch the show this morning, Joe? I love you, man. So like and subscribe to these videos. Please do that. Please like and subscribe. Please help support the project. There's a donate button down on the bottom of the description of this broadcast. I appreciate the donations. It takes us a lot of. We've got guys working in the background, women working in the background, trying to get this project up and running. I want to thank anyone that's in the stream right now that's a moderator. I want to thank anyone that's in the stream right now that's a moderator inside of the Discord channel. I want to thank anyone that's helping out behind the scenes right now. I know there are Blinky's out there helping behind the scenes. So if anybody's out there listening right now, I want to say a big thank you to you as this project moves forward. Yeah, I've got a bunch of other stuff I was gonna put into the newsletter, and then I was like, I want some feedback first as to what they want to see every week, so that I can start to build it around their needs. And we've got a couple tools getting launched, should be launched here shortly. I'm gonna take a quick break with you right now. You can see the market is kind of pinned. I'm gonna put BOOKMAP up for you right now. I'm gonna take a brief break. I'm gonna call Joe on the phone and talk to him. You guys can see that this BOOKMAP today is showing you, right? This is a low volume, kind of just steady as she goes. I'm going to tell you, if you guys just paid attention to all that information, CPI don't mean shit. I'm being honest with you. It doesn't mean anything. The biggest thing for next year is what happens tomorrow. Unless he tries to push it off maybe to the next rate decision. I don't know. I don't think the market's willing to wait for that. I think the market wants a decision from him coming in so that they can plan on their OPEX, what their positioning is. You're going to see positioning for the next quarter from these banks, okay? And they want PPI, they want CPI, they want to know what the Fed's doing so that they can position. I can promise you right now that these banks, okay, they are everybody's in front of their computer getting ready to reposition for OPEX. I can guarantee you JPM doesn't give a flying shit about the collar. They care about one thing and one thing only, and that is the direction of the equity market, the direction of the economy for the next year. And, and the crazy part is, as Troy was pointing out, if it gets ugly into next year and they keep doing this shit, right, you're talking about 4 or 5 years real damage done to our economy. And so they will position appropriately the moment that OPEX ends and then the month comes. No, you got to write them. I don't know about I don't. You have to write your own. Yeah, so give me a 15-minute break. I'm gonna grab a cup of coffee. I'm gonna call Joe and take a pee or whatever, and I'll be getting back with you guys in the next 15 to 20 minutes or so. I'll leave the stream on. I'm going to put the news on for you right now. Do you guys want to listen to some music or just have the news in the background? Real quick in the chat, just say, do you want some jams? I got all kinds of stuff I'm launching for you guys. Hold on a second here. Let me put some jams on in the background. Hold on a minute here. I'll put some jams on. You guys want to hear some, what do you guys want to hear? A little bit of rap? Hip-hop? I'll put it low. I'll play it quietly in the background. Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, there it is. Oh, yeah. There it is. I got stuff coming your way. Wait till you see it. I got some jams. I got some jams for you.
I've posted out the New York Fed inflation expectations on the feed for those interested.
Dissatisfied toddler sounds. Is the music too high? What up, your wife's boyfriend? Showing the donut to Joey.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Okay, I'll keep it on the background. If you can mute your channel if you want to mute it, it's very low. I'll be back in 15, 20 minutes max. If you want during this time period, you can go back and and pause this video, take a look at what I was laying out for you, dropping some knowledge for you. If you want my take on what should happen today, it's the big pin, baby. It's the big pin. Trapping bulls, trapping bears, waiting for the decision. If you do see us trade above this pivot point, you're gonna be looking for some supply coming into strength. If you don't see that supply coming into strength, we're gonna trade it right up to R1. Okay, I'll be right back. Watch my cursor up here, boys.
UK Finance Ministry Permanent Secretary Bowler says there's no plan to change remuneration of Bank of England's reserves.
political legislator, rapper slash educator, smack the mess out of a hater. A nigga front and his ass a go on a respirator. I was taught to shoot first, save all the questions for later. And I've been working on my temper since this past September. I ain't beat a nigga ass since last winter. What we having for dinner? My stomach is growling. I'm hearing other stomachs growling, so someone is prowling. Chance of me getting got is like 1 in 100,000. I'm letting off as many shots as my gun is allowing. I'm plowing, wilding, yelling niggas never take me alive. And that's word to my Aunt Malin. I'm mentally challenged, chemically imbalanced, addicted to violence. But I just keep up.
Live better, live better. I just wanna live better, live better. When they ask me what I'm trying to do, I just wanna live better, live better. Ain't nothing else to do, so we just tryna live better, live better.
Flip the smooth, dipped about the chaos for a minute. Slick with it to sneak off, rejuvenate and replenish. Laid around in lush, engaged in minimal minutia. Let my soul breathe away from city smog and fogged up. The window with good tree, whilst romping amidst trees. Arms wide, breathing in fresh hands, handlebar free. Biking and hiking, even city gal gone in glee. Blissful for a minute, blowing bubbles, follow me. Used to be the one all high-headed, bothered and novice. Slowly learning to spend currency, call time on knowledge. Burn the bridge and mend it, sometimes ain't nothing can solve it. In the homework on deck, I could truly heal and balm it. Giving knuckles and mediocre carbon copies a break. If you knew the old me, promise you'd be better behave. But I'm just chilling, spreading love and light and things. I'll be damned if I let you bring out the wild in me. You see? You see.
But I just wanna live better, live better. I just wanna live better, live better. When they ask me what I'm trying to do, I just wanna live better, live better. Ain't nothing
According to European Parliament President Metsola, the European Parliament is under attack.
Talking grimy about my kingdom. Tell him I said, fuck it, just get him. Live life with no regrets. Besides, I go to confession, so it's nothing to me to put you in witness protection. It's my town, my crew, my crown, nigga, I won't move. Lay down.
Justices expand review of Biden's student loan relief plan.
It's my town, my rules, my crown, nigga, I won't move. Nah, lay down or get down with construed. The city is mine, nigga, I told you it's mine. You'll come up missing, no name, no trace, no limbs, no face, no shoes, no lace. So tell the people new rules in place. Not a whole crew eating, check the food and plates. Got my crown check, don't check, ooh, checkmate. No disrespect to past bosses, but the dude is great. I'm being generous, could rule the state and sat down with my generals and took the stake in. Let the beat go, the heat blow. Your boy's so fly, you could call me Heathrow. W-A-V-E, is you crazy? Fuck you, pay me, I'm cool beside Jay-Z. In my throne, with my chrome, the city is mine.
Fed bids for 6-month bills total $3.9 billion, and Fed bids for 3-year notes total 0.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
Most treasuries erase gains before the first of 2 auctions.
Here's a list of famous assholes. Let's start with this dude. Named Cain killed his brother, and that was just rude. Brutus and Cassius were jerks just a little. Nero was no hero. Rome Bernie played the fiddle. Caligula could give you a night to remember. Gang, it's time I tie you up, right? Lacerate your member. And when it came to ballers, there was Vlad the Impaler. He'd run a stake up through you out your mouth to make you holler. It's no mystery, history remembers. Pirates pillaging and villagers dismembered. Vikings on a quest in their dragon-shaped boats. Running up on castles, jumping over moats. Christopher Columbus rolled up with the fungus. Pizarro and Cortez made the natives all say this. One-sided exchange is not that nice. Like Henry VIII beheading wife after wife. History's greatest assholes. History's greatest assholes. History's greatest assholes. I'm calling you out. I'm calling you future had gone well with blown apart plans like Andrew Jackson. A trail of tears dividing families like fractions. Jack the Ripper had bad morals like Lenin. Stalin killed 20 million and sent them all to heaven. Or hell, I don't know, but one thing is for certain. So many Russian people murdered behind an iron curtain. Gavrilo Principe shot Franz Ferdinand, which led to World War I and a famous Scottish band, which led to World War II and freaking bodies everywhere. At the Holocaust Museum, there's a wall of shoes and hair. On a rainy day in Amsterdam, tell me why.
At 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we get US sells $40 billion in 3-year notes. Prior bid to cover 2 to 57, prior high yield of 4.605%. And US sells $45 billion in 6-month bills. Prior bid to cover 2 to 57 and prior high yield of 4.57%.
Mengele was sick with that scientific research. Lamps of human skin, blood up on his t-shirt. Pol Pot, Ho Chi Minh, Idi Amin, all up in the jungle, acting real mean. Mark Davis Chapman shot a beetle on the street. James Earl Ray killed Martin Luther King. Manson crashed parties and painted the town. The Zodiac Killer has yet to be found. It's an inside job, trading junk bonds and derivatives. Systematic risk, Wall Street greed is quite indicative. 20 billion in the bank, but y'all keep on spending. Killing our economy with subprime lending. Vince offers slap chop to hooker in the face. John Mayer said some very awkward things about his race. Charlie Sheen.
Wait, hold up. Everyone's rapping about Charlie Sheen right now, and it's played out and boring and whack, so I'm gonna skip this part.
Biff Tannen, well, actually, his whole family. I'm speaking candidly, like Holmes and Hannity. It's insanity, they raping everybody. We tune in when it's shocking and we tune in when it's bloody. Mel Gibson hitting women thinking he can get away like OJ. Oh wait, what would Dr. Lola say? Okay, no way, yo, I almost forgot. George W. Bush, you got the #1 spot. History's greatest. History's greatest. History's greatest. I'm calling you out. I'm calling you out.
Ahead of the 3-year auction faces significant event risk from November CPI data and from Tuesday and Fed rate decision on Wednesday. And the latest weekly CFTC positioning data shows speculators were short 659K in 5-year note futures, the most since October 2018, a possible source of covering demand. And dealer inventories in 2-year to 3-year sector were net long $525 million in the week ended November 30th versus $1.1 billion average net short over the past 12 months.
International worldwide. Here we go, yeah. Live. At 5. Can't believe I'm awake, though. Here we go, yeah. 1, 2. Hey, yo, live in the booth at 5 in the morning. While y'all are online clicking stank wide porn. It's something that a brother wanna thank y'all for. More than the blind support. Your time's running out like money in a war. A meteor shower, everybody is a star. It's no underground no more. You dig and you work that shovel till your grave get big. If murder was the case, what the evidence is? Everybody in the town now scared to say pig. Cause everybody know retaliation is a bitch. In the middle of the cops and the robbers in the 6. Justice is the opposite of this. Nobody is a legend if no novices exist. Shit, that's why I'd rather kick it with the kids to remind me that I still gotta figure how to live. Yes, and I give it what I got, which is everything I give and plus a little bit of this. I'm so sure, like the thing up in my fist. You can call it what you want, I'ma call it what it is. Cause when the mics turn off and the lights go dim, I'ma fight this fire, might write more hymns. If the next man follow, just know I'm not him. For the moment, I'm open, I'm smoking atonement. When the mics turn off and the lights go dim, I'ma fight this fire, might write more hymns. If the next man follow, just know I'm not him. For the moment, I'm open, I'm smoking atonement.
Fighter in the stew till 5 in the morning. Been the norm since the 90s when Tribal was born. My folk jug and play ball. I would perform a flawless solace, the calm in the eye of the storm. Mentor my predecessors, revise and reform. Follow through, you get one shot and I rise for the score. Don't rhyme for awards or fame. It's like getting a drink in the club. I got lines for the before. Speaking of which, pour some liquor for the homie Birdie. Made a beat when I heard he passed. I hope you heard it. Put the volume on 10 so it can reach the heavens. Don't let the weight of a tragedy defeat the lesson. Every moment we get to breathe a blessing. Life ain't insurance, can't go with the flow to be progressive. The top spot in seas is stress and smoke and mirrors. The united front should be the direction. I'm glad Ben made it. Y'all should stop with the pen. And my apologies to those who thought I should have been him. It's like when the homie beat me in the brainstorm battle. His sunny day couldn't
At 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, the US sells $40 billion in 3-year notes, prior bid cover of 2 to 57 and a prior high yield of 4.605%. And the US sells $45 billion in 6-month bills, prior bid cover of 2 to 57 and a prior high yield of 4.57%.
This is a Marcus D production. 5-9. Let's go get My name is 159. Talk cheap. You know it's time to get this paper. We gon' keep it mellow on this one, right? Yeah. Not only is he not what you say that he is, he the opposite. He everything you were saying he ain't. You only label him cause you everything that he ain't. You think you're supposed to play with him, no, you playing with rank. The boss that'll roll with the old man to the bank. Grown man that you don't know from a can of paint. 8-mile road, the partition for those who think Oak Park is weak, so they go harder than me. Like it's a wall that keeps you safe, keeps me away, keep me from making my way across the street. Talk is cheap, what it costs you can keep. Don't believe me, cause you gon' cross me and see. Look closely at me and see my part in me. You know the bad apple don't fall far from the tree. I leave the underground with 100 bars at least. I'm the reason every star got scars under their feet. The underdog is me. Talk is cheap.
Oh yeah, here we go.
You know it's time to get this paper.
All right. Let's see here. Back at it again. Kind of a weird place here, huh? I mean, even look at BOOKMAP's just kind of wonky, right? Just no VIG in the market. Like, I don't even know if this is just this isn't even supply. This just looks like slop, right? This looks like the bulls just gave up and nobody was there to even sell into them. I mean, just look at BOOKMAP right now. It's kind of wild. Let me change. The host is taking a break here.
According to Al-Kabas, Iraq seeks agreement with Kuwait over joint fields.
See if I got the stuff here. The JimJames. We'll use that one. How y'all doing out there right now? It's 210 of you in here in the stream right now. If you are just joining us, earlier in the program this morning, I went through and discussed some options for the Fed on Wednesday. I posit that nothing huge should happen. Treat it CPI as
1
its own
minute
independent
remaining. I'll
event.
lead with the 3-year notes bid cover.
Let me turn the news squawk down a little bit. But you're going to treat CPI just like its own event. The market is definitely waiting for the Fed rate decision, the direction for our market heading into the first quarter, and then more importantly, into next year and possibly even farther out in time. This, the Fed rate decision of staying the course without a rate shock, without a pivot, could lead to, in my view, serious damage to the economy, and that could last multiple years, and deeper sell-offs in the economy. So if you are just joining us and didn't catch all that earlier, it's a nice slow day. It's a perfect day to go back in the video, pause it, go back,
Treasury WI 3-year yield,
and just see what I was putting out there for you.
4.96% before $40 billion auction.
Oh, so here's the deal. I found out. So I just spoke to Joe, and the reason that everyone isn't getting an email is because they're trying to offload it to. We have too many people subscribed. So if I send more than so many hundreds at a time, the company will get an IP block and it'll be considered spam.
Strike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments.
So Joe's working on it in the background right now.
TickStrike.com.
You guys will be surprised. You guys will be quite surprised here. How many people get that or are getting that newsletter? It's quite a large number of people. Good morning, Metamorph. How are you? Yeah. I mean, this looks more like no will than it does selling. This is a very this market's got no vig right now. And you can actually see here that the sellers are stepping in, sending it back down. You can actually see the volume is huge. They've said publicly that they're not block selling in the days leading up, and they surely are. Normally, they're supposed to be doing it at the open and the closes, but they're not. They're doing it right in the middle of the day. Not 10,000, but a significant amount of people in the thousands. In the thousands. I think that's partially the reason we're going to take it off, or we're going to take some of this stuff off of at Captain's Alpha so that we know who we're actually sending stuff to. We want to make sure that, well, there's a couple things. You can get deplatformed easily. There's some changes coming to social media where there's a fight in the background.
Note bid to cover 2 to 55 and US 3-year.
There's a fight going on in the background of social media where there's like a fight for control over content creators
US
and
3-year
then
high yield 4.093%.
payments and stuff like that in the speech, of course, and then
US 6
hosting that
month bill bid
content because of the
cover
cost of it.
actual 2 to 66 and US 6-month bill high yield 4.63%.
They're trying to build this so it can be offsite in case there's ever any kind of deplatforming or company closes. If Twitter, I'm not saying Twitter's going to close, but if it ever did,
in 3-year notes awards a 7.68% bids that high.
So
US sells $49 billion in 6-month bills. Awards 10.6% of bids that high.
So if Twitter was to ever shut down, you have to have a place. If there's ever, you have to have your own thing going on. So what unexpected visit saying Nick Tamaros? He's, if any of you guys don't know, he's the mouthpiece for the Fed, or the publicly acknowledged mouthpiece for the Fed. What did he say? Unexpected visit. Fed inflation expectations all going down earlier. Yeah, it's not just down either. It should be rapid down. It should be like this, like a straight down inflation. Now the issue isn't inflation. The issue is unemployment, and that's why we've been trading down all year. There's some underneath the hood stuff that the market wants resolved. Yeah, we're not using Constant Contact. And as a matter of fact, the company blocked us from sending any more emails. So they were like, you have to offload this onto a company that can handle sending all these mass emails out. So I guess that's what the problem is right now, or issue. We don't speak with problems, right? When you're It's like always issues and incidents. We're going to launch an investigation and make a decision. Yeah, I showed it to you this morning, right? You guys saw it this morning. So it's not rocket science here. It's happening, and they can not admit it. The last speech from him was a joke. It was like you could hear that the pivot, but the market's not buying it. The market wants to see unemployment, and you guys all know, right? You want to see that unemployment figure rising. Mm-hmm. 7 point. Yeah, I don't think. We all know. Yeah, I don't. CPI can hold whatever narrative it wants. It doesn't matter. But it's not a bullish narrative without unemployment coming up. It really isn't. Well, you need to have unemployment coming up to see a bottom. We haven't seen the 45 VIX, right? You want to show you the VIX chart where it should be? It looks like it's going to 45, doesn't it? How do we get it to 45? By going up? Easiest thing to do is create Dropbox or OneDrive public folder and drop links on Captain's Alpha. Yeah, I think that's the easiest thing to do too. But I have to keep it. So the issue isn't that, Robin. The issue is that I need a place for, like you could so here's a prime example. This morning I posted some videos about Elon Musk, and I didn't do it to be negative. I did it because even if you're a Tesla bull, you want to be able to see those videos. If I were to catch some strikes for that, I could be kicked off YouTube, right? I could be kicked off Twitter for some kind of violation, right? You see people getting deplatformed off Twitter all the time. So if I had no way to communicate with you outside of Twitter, outside of YouTube, outside of Twitch, outside of TikTok or Reddit or wherever, you'd be like, well, how do we find him? Just imagine, not that this would happen, but let's just say Twitter closed tomorrow, right? And FinTwit was gone. Where would be the meetup spot? How would you find other people from FinTwit? So you're going to hope that there's a group of people, that there's a way to contact them so that they could find a new home, right? Whatever that place would be. So you kind of want to, if I know 1,000 people that are off platform from Twitter, I can always email you and say, hey, we're all going over to, or I heard from so-and-so that we're all going over to, FinTwit's moving to this new platform and this old platform. We're all moving back to Yahoo, That's the key behind it. Do I date trade? I day trade on this channel all the time. If you ask anyone that watches this stream, I live trade here all the time. I'm not trading this right here, though. This right here. I've got no interest in this right here. This is all capture right now. This is intended to capture you. I want nothing to do with it. Meetup spots, Wall Street bets, baby. I noticed, I got to be honest with you guys. If any of you guys are current Wall Street bettors, I'm an old school Wall Street bettors, and you guys are bringing it back to old school. I got to give you some props there. I'm very impressed with at least on the surface, wherever, I don't know what's going on behind the scenes of Wall Street Bets, but I have been checking in lately, and it's starting to remind me of a slightly older Wall Street Bets, which is nice to see. Roblox meetups. Oh, you know what we could do was it Trovo, or that site's got like 0 people on it, and I think that's part of Tencent. Yeah, so I've checked out. I got my one concern with Mastodon, and there's a few of them, right? There's Mastodon, and then there's the right has a couple places. I forget the names of all these places, but I have signed up for all of them. And the scary part, just right now, the only thing that's scaring me about any of those sites is I'm very fearful that or that companies are using those places as small echo chambers so that everyone's agreeing with everybody. I have this feeling, not a feeling. I shouldn't say feeling. I should say in prior experiences, I'm an old man. It looks like there's compartmentalization going on with it's very similar to like Fox News and MSNBC. You'll get people that'll be you start to get Facebook has the same thing going on. You start to get compartmentalized, and it's always an echo chamber, and everything sounds right. Everyone's agreeing, doesn't matter what it is, and then boom, you're being fed, and by the powers that be, and you don't know it. And I'm not saying that's what those places are right now, but it sure is looking like it. It's starting to like walk and talk like a duck. Not just Mastodon or whatever. The others too. I've gone in and checked them all out. What's everybody's thoughts on hot CPI, Tamaz? Who cares? It means nothing. I don't know. In my view, it means nothing. Yeah, true. All right, so Ergo's saying Mastodon, counter social on the left, Truth, Parler, Gab on the right. If you go to those places, right? I don't care what your political beliefs are. If you let's say you're from the right, and you meet up with someone from the left, and you just ask each other, because you'll figure it out quick that there's that they're intended to an extent right now. They're all small, relatively speaking, but I would change my opinion if a bunch of different people were in that one place. But so far, all of them look like intended to be echo chambers, places for agreement. I'm not one, and that doesn't. That's not supporting Twitter right now either. I have some real issues with Twitter right now. There's a lot of I'm not really a fan of the rage stuff, like intentionally. It's weird. I've lived all over the world. I've lived all over the United States, and it's such a big place. And when you're putting, intentionally putting like a real Nazi next to, like I've got gay people in my family, LGBT people in my family. If I were to put my family members and most of their friends together, they wouldn't look like anyone that's being placed right next to a stormtrooper Nazi. So you're getting these like very small extreme beliefs, and then of course you're meant to take a side, and then you're meant to fight with your friends over this. And the only people that are fighting over this are the little people, and it's very, very destructive. And but I still want to see that, not those. I don't want to see the highlight on those ideas. I want to see the highlight on the normal people, like not normal people, just people that are living their lives, the best life they can live, and stuff like that. So I'm struggling with that side of Twitter right now. I've struggled with like it's almost like clickbait on a crazy level. You see the rage too. You can see the rage even amongst people that trade together, or bulls and bears, and it just becomes this like really over aggressive, like just gnarliness, and it's kind of crazy to see. I expect some of that, but you don't want to be the ringleader of that stuff either, right? You guys want to look at some stuff? Yeah. There's a ton of money behind this. There's and you have to pick your poison. Like, I know the government sucks, and I'm not a fan of the government in any way, shape, or form. And they're going to play their card too, right? It's all about money. It's all about the digital dollar. It's all about the power of who's providing the speech platform. I'm shocked that as a citizen you're going to give up. You know, I think the government sucks at this, and I don't want the government to be in charge of this. But at the same time, I'm like, the whole reason we have government is to protect free speech, and so to give that up and your vote up to an oligarch or a company or anybody out there like that is insane too to me. And that fight that's going on out there. But we don't hold our politicians. Doesn't matter what party you're in. I just read a story that said Texas, like 30 or 40% of people under 30 didn't vote, and I'm like, this is all insano. Yeah, absolutely, Adam. It's crazy. Like watching this right now as it unfolds, and of course we're all here. We're nobodies, right? Nobody cares about us. We don't have a voice. The real voices and the real power and the real money, they have the voices, right? And so we're stuck. Like it's almost like you're pitting, like the Christians and the Christians and the barbarians together in a fight, and we're all stabbing each other and cutting each other's throats, and it's wild. And you get the fans on the up in the stands, and they're screaming everybody on as they're doing this to each other. And meanwhile, it's all being orchestrated by a very small group of people that want to see us all entertained. That's the truth. None of this has changed over hundreds of years. We're at the height of it again.
EU Adopts Council added restrictive measures against Iran.
Yeah. Yeah, Andre is asking me how I learned how to trade. So I started trading back when Bitcoin first became a thing. Yeah, it's a gladiator pit. I started trading when Bitcoin was nothing, was worthless, and then I started to. It was weird too because Yahoo was going away and becoming infested by bots. They'd cleaned out. The last crash we had, they cleaned everybody out. And I went from there to Wall Street Bets in its infancy, and then Wall Street Bets taught me my thing. I met a couple guys there that took me under their wings, mentored me. I wound up taking some classes, read some books, and then continued on with different mentorships with some market makers and some pit traders over the years. Paid a lot of money, lost a lot of money. And then I had at some point had a social media personality, and I was banned. Years ago because I had pissed off some very important people. I was disgruntled at some fraud that was going on in the market. So, and then some stuff happened in Wall Street Bets. You guys know it went from this many followers to million followers. So I switched over to Twitter. A lot of Wall Street bettors, longtime Wall Street bettors, moved or fled over to Twitter that hadn't made the move after all those years. Some of those people out there, some like the last holdouts are now on Twitter. They've made the move over the past couple of years, and then of course I'm doing this live because I see people that make poor trading decisions. And so I figured, I think the biggest thing that I missed or I lost out on, I think the biggest key for me, I made so many mistakes. I had taken classes, I had read books, watched YouTube videos, everything except for the mentorship. The mentorships started out with just DMs and messaging, and then phone calls, then trading with other people. And over the years that passed, I started to become a better trader, better investor. And then the past 5 years or so, I've watched the rise of the retail trader, and it became amplified the last 2 years. And I had this like inside thing where I'm like, you know what? I was like, a lot of these people just need someone with them when they're trading. So I was like, we'll try it out and see what happens. That's right. I remember before the cash locations. I that's one of the biggest mistakes I've had. Like I've had some big mistakes in life. That was one of the biggest ones. What's crazy is when was the Occupy Wall Street Burning Man? Anybody remember what year that was? Was that 07 or 09? Somewhere in there. It was 09 was Occupy Wall Street. So was that Burning Man? And that year, we had my next door neighbor had built. I'm not going to tell you where, but he was an engineer for a TV studio, and they were using the servers in there to mine Bitcoin way back then. And I remember I gave up Bitcoin. I never ever should have done that. But I went through all the motions. I traded Bitcoin, then I traded stocks, just owning and selling, cash secured puts, covered calls. Went down the hole with biotech and penny stocks, and learned how to trade spreads. Then futures. Stopped sleeping. Got out of futures. Learned how to trade the wheel. Thought I was a smart trader. Started trading flies. Complicated stuff that was taking up all my time for pennies, in my view. Now most of my trading is simple. I've been reduced to that the past 3 years. It started about 3 years ago. It actually started when the stock market rose in 2020. Like the end of 2020, I was reduced, and then 2021 I was reduced to what I was doing. And now this year, this year's been 9-10 trades a year with money, like real money, like big money. And then day trading when I can. I used to love to hold overnight positions. One of like the last vestiges was I love trading overnight 0-date holds. Can't even do those that frequently anymore. Too much selling futures, buying cash, buying cat. No, and then you've got like no reverses between negative and positive gamma. It's like so all that stuff's out the window. So now I'm basically doing day trades during the day, usually 0 dates, 1 dates, 3 day or 5 dates on the SPY, and then I play some really oversold conditions to buy a bottom with far enough time on it and a spread, and they print 100%. I'm out. I don't care about how much more it goes up. I don't care about missing out on money, any of that stuff, and that just keeps me alive and floating. And I took a bunch of money out of the stock market and paid off debt and bought houses. Been talking about publicly on Twitter for the past couple of years, buying rundown houses and rehabbing them. And I'm running into issues with that right now. So this last house that I bought, I bought it, and then I had a budget of about $50,000 to renovate it. And once inflation hit, man, they'll get the money out of your hands one way or another. The government will, taxes will, and cost of goods, cost of services, all this inflation stuff. So like you try to hide your money in real estate, and then it's like, I don't know, $5,000 roof, believe it or not, turns into like doing yourself turns into like $15,000-$20,000. Go to a real legit company, it's now $30,000-$50,000. Your kitchens are now, pros doing it $70,000, $80,000, $90,000. Just insano. So like every place you're trying to put money, it doesn't matter if you're losing it in the stock market or if you're losing it, the goods. Matter of fact, it's crazy, right? So I went out last week or two, and I had some fast food for the first time in 6 months. I don't really eat fast food. And then I was traveling, and I wound up eating 2 meals with my wife and children while we were traveling. 2. And unusual for us, right? And the bills with fast food for 4 people was something like, I think one bill was $53, and the other bill was I'm trying to remember exactly what it was. I think it was $53, and then it was another high price, but it was like $80 to $100 or something like that, somewhere in there. And I was shocked at how much that cost. I was like, man, and then I'm thinking to myself, like, in my brain, I'm like, well, what does someone spend? Or let's say someone earns $130, $140, and they're being taxed elsewhere in their life. My property taxes have gone through the roof. So I'm like counting all this stuff up, like, and then people's electric bills have gone through the roof. And then I'm thinking about how much money to get someone to have that kind of money to pay for going out to what used to be a small cost, right? Like you could afford that even if you made, I don't know, $700 to $1,000 a week. You could afford to go to a McDonald's at least a couple times, 3 times or something, or your local place. So I was a little shocked. I'm gonna tell you what. Gotta have a guy for all the housework. Absolutely. Hey, Road, how are you? Yeah, what are you in? What do you got, Road? Trading in the Zone is an awesome book, Troy. Market Wizards. I've got that book on my shelf. I got both on my shelf. There's 2 Market Wizard books. Those are 2 of my favorites. Matter of fact, I'm not positive on this. Don't quote me on this, but I think we know somebody that was either in that room when those guys were reminiscing, or knew those guys really close. I'm not going to name them here, but that's a kick-ass book. Yeah, Nature of Risk is a great book. There's a lot of good gambling books out there that'll help you trade better as well. Spy about to pop 400. You know, normally I would say that. I don't know. You guys want to take a close look at it? I mean, normally you'd say yes, right? Normally you'd call it. And BOOKMAP showing really light. Can't believe I'm doing this with you right now. It is showing light support, but you're talking about a very, 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 very small order book. I want you to know that this isn't real support right here. And then I also want you to know that as soon as you're getting strength here, right? Let me get rid of that red because I know you guys bulls don't want to see that. They are somewhat selling into strength. If you look in the order book, keep your eyes on hidden sellers in here. Though this line right here is where that yellow bar is and that red bar above. You see that 3995? 3995 is up here, but you can see that red and gray bar. There are sellers up here, I promise you. There's some hidden sellers right here too. Just be conscious of it as you trade up into this. That with a light book, it could take some time, right? I appreciate that. I've got some stuff for you. So I've got you guys are gonna get a newsletter with real squeeze. You're gonna get a newsletter that licensed guys have baskets of stocks. And I'll show you guys those stocks that are very squeezable. And then I've got a bunch of stocks that the banks that run. So you wait till you see that stuff. We ran if you ask like the Quinn Invests or Joe Donut out there, they kept running ETFs of those plays past couple of years, and I'll have those for you in the next week after, something like that, and we'll talk about them in depth. So let's see what you got. We'll look at Vic. We'll take a trip around the market here in just a minute. I know some of you guys are probably long in here, so we'll stick around in this for just a moment, then we'll take a walk around the market. Cap, I have 12, 16, SPX 390P, and a 1230 400C. Both down, wondering if I should just hold with with a down move term and standard rally end of month. I don't know, Rohit. What I would say, I don't know when you bottom. You don't have to publish that here, but what I would say to you is the SPX puts should be up from just from premium kick at this point. There were hedges closed earlier in the week. That may be why you're down on the puts. There was de-hedging that went on, premium capture that went on into last Friday. And then, of course, I think Chase was talking about this holding over into Monday would kill some of that premium as well. You guys can't see this behind the screen. The only thing that I could say to you would be that's not enough time to catch. Usually, it's not enough time on a. Well, there's a couple things. So, if you're going to straddle the market, let's start at A1. If you're going to straddle the market for the decision on Wednesday and a possible rally, Santa rally or a vol crush rally or a swing high, swing low, you probably want to have them dated a month, 3 months out and very much in the money. And you would want to have placed them at some point last week into the end of today at exactly 395. So 395 put, 395 call, in the money, month to 3 months out on them. You'll probably catch both sides. That's a tough place, Rohit. I don't know what to say to you. You could possibly roll them. Your puts could lose some real value. Let's say we go down on Wednesday. You might be able to catch the value in that put and the value in that call, but you're going to have to trigger the sell like that in that 5, 15, 20, half an hour on at least one side of it that's printing for you. That's I've been in those bad trades before. So when those trades happen, right, you'll be in the trade and you'll see if you see the wild swings high or low, there'll be a resetting of prices. It doesn't affect SPX as much as it does the SPY because of liquidity, but you're going to have to be very focused on capturing profit. So puts can still go down and you'll actually lose money on the repricing, is my point. You'll say, yeah, Cap, we're still burning. It may, but if it swings high again, right, it'll burn them even more. And then when it finally does go down, and that repricing, you'll get trashed. So if you're going to stay in that trade, the only thing I can say to you is that you're likely going to be like seat of your pants on Wednesday, trying to catch that move on both ends. It's okay. I mean, you can do it. It's just very nerve-wracking when you do it. I don't care how good of a trader you are. I promise you it's very nerve-wracking. And then if you get out too early or be pissed off because you could have made X amount of dollars to cover your calls or your puts or whatever, it's a very, very nerve-wracking. The one thing I would recommend to you would be looking for the implied move on Wednesday and set yourself up. So if you have an implied move on Wednesday, you're going to be looking for tagging the top and bottom end of that, capturing whatever you can out of that trade, and then making it up on another trade. You could actually add a third trade to it for that day, some 0 to 8s or something, or a farther out trade. You should have rolled those, but I don't know what to say to you on that. I'm assuming that the puts were up at some point, or I don't know when you positioned yourself either. There's like some things you need to know, like when you took each side of that trade. And then I do assure you of one thing, though. It can be dangerous. It can be dangerous after the event vol goes down. Starting to trade higher now, looking for this upper move inside of the SPY. And I haven't checked to see what the $3.99 for. I'm assuming it's $1. It's somewhere right in here. Coming into resistance right now. Right about here. Maybe a little bit higher. A second here. Maybe slightly higher. We'll take a look above. There's a standing order there of 400 sell. 439 just triggered just now. There's a place higher too. I don't know what the spread difference is. I have to check what the spread is right now. Hold on a second. I'm gonna do some math on it. 992. Give me just a second here. We'll start putting bubbles up. 3992. Seven. Let me just say I'm just some quick math. The contract roll has taken place, and I haven't seen what the relationship between ES and SPY is.
EU's foreign policy head Borrell says there's no agreement yet on Russia sanctions. We'll have to keep working.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in
So
futures,
3.5.
forex, and
That's
stock
pretty big.
instruments. Get a free trial at
3.5 is pretty big.
tickstrike.com.
That's pretty huge, actually. Just smashing and bashing. So 3.5 is 390. 396. So this is I want to show you this right here. So watch my cursor right here, and then I want you to see that. I think I could be wrong on this. I didn't spend my morning here checking the roll difference. I think that's 390. I think this is R1 up here, 396.23. I could be wrong. We'll track it for today, and first we're aware of it tomorrow. I'm gonna see if we can get some consolidation. Have a little bit of a tweezer reversal here. We'll see if it gets picked back up. If you get a reversal, you're checking the third candle to see if it turns green. We'll see if it consolidates or starts to roll. Looks like R1's going to get the target, though. Going to be the target. I think I posted that this morning. This morning on Twitter I said R1, and then we'll start selling into the bell. I could be wrong on that. There's a put closing bonanza going on right now. No, nobody. I knew guys that didn't switch over. I know guys that didn't switch over until Friday. I know guys that traded the December contract into Friday. I saw TradingView had switched over early last week. I think I posted that or reposted that. I think Options Millionaire said he noticed it on TradingView. But I know guys are definitely trading it into Friday. You guys want to take a look at Tesla real quick? Let's take a quick look at Tesla. I know there's Tesla guys in here, so take a quick look over there. There's some scary things on Tesla for sure. Give me just a second here. And I haven't updated support and resist. I didn't have time to update them. See here, give me just a second. What am I looking for here? We'll blaze on over. Pretty big reversal right now on SPY, so you can see it. You guys want to see this? These are nice moves right here, by the way. VWAPs down below, right? We always talk about these moves, right? You got 1, 2, 3, push up, classic day trading. Come back down, right? We got push down right here. All right, bam, bam. Held support with strength. Come back up here. More sellers above. So what are bears looking for here? Do you know? I think we might get R1 up here, but what are the bears looking? Coming in before R1. Bears looking to turn this support here into resistance, right? So the bears looking to get underneath this green bar, start taking it down, right? Let me see if I can erase that and switch it. Nope, wait a minute. Bear is looking to turn all this. This all looks beautiful, by the way. I wasn't paying too close of attention to it. Bear is going to be looking, bears want to be getting underneath. I want to come down here, make you think that you're going to make one more attack above, right? But actually, they're just going to blast it right down on you. At least a VWAP down here. So your price target down here would be 394.08 if you're a bear. And you see your price target above 396.23. This is our one over here. You can see it. It was a good pop on Microsoft this morning. Yeah, we'll see. We're going to take a quick look at Tesla. Because there are some things on Tesla. This is bad. This is worse than bad. I can assure you, if you are a Tesla bull, that you did not want to see this today, okay? You did not want to see this today. This is a big no-go for Tesla. I'm telling you, this is a big no-go for Tesla. Tesla wanted today to have a constructive move up in something like this, or trade sideways to the decision. At least here, they really want to be here. This is the most constructive move up here. When you're turning these buyers, right, and you're coming up here and you're rejected, this is no-go town. This is go down time. This area of support here, you should look for. We'll put the support. These aren't current support resistance levels. I just want you to know, if you're a Tesla bull, that this is your next. This is it. Right in there for you. And this is not a good. This is not good to even be down here. You're going to start breaking levels here and start heading lower to which we talked about, right? We've talked about this in the past. Right down there. This is easy. This is just a free fall down here. So we'll take a look at Tesla real quick. Shit. No bueno here. No bueno at all. This is not good. I know you might be like, hey Cap, but it'll probably bounce down. Or yeah, it'll probably bounce down here. But you're not really concerned with that. What you're concerned with is bounce. Like this is when you create the, this is when you create the 1, 2, and it just rips down. It's not good. It doesn't mean you go into puts here either. If you're like a bear and you're like, I'm going to keep going on puts, you missed the trade here. This is where the trade was. Right off that bell, the moment you saw this bar right here, that was it. It's going down. That sucks for Tesla bulls. So we'll do these right now. Okay, so the pivot point was 178.30. You can see it right here. We'll write pivot in here. Sucks to be a Tesla bull today. You can see it right off the bell right there. The screen turned into red today. The moment you crossed that pivot, that was it, right? First support was 174.11. So when it's 174.11 right here, blasted right through like it was nothing. Just like bye-bye. Insane. Next support is 169.16. Right about there. We can clean these up later. It's close enough for horseshoes and hand grenades. Matches up right to the support back here. Got this little bit of support down below. S3 is 164.97. If we start breaking through these levels, I got a bunch of other shit. I got retracements for you, and I mean, this is not good, man. When you see stuff like this, it gets nasty. You'll see this green and white line over here. It'll just come blasting down on it. So 164.97. That's what I've got. Not 83, 97. We'll take a closer look here. Ugly for Tesla. Man, there's so much stuff going on in the background too. There's stuff like opening up the door for Tesla with his bridge loans and stuff. It like these banks that hold, and then you're talking about renegotiating. And dude, right off, you can see it right here, right? Trade, and you can see it right here. Come in here, trade right off of VWAP, and bam. You know, you start breaking through these levels, bam, that will happen, right? That's tough. S2, I've got a 169.16, so it's even lower. Right about there. S3 164.97. Yeah, that's right. That's right on spot right there. You're gonna see sellers come right here. I'll close this up. You know, see where that VWAP is. You're gonna get more sellers right here, and they're gonna come right in here.
The Global Times citing China's Ministry of Commerce says China
And they're gonna want to. Let's just see a big volume spike, which I haven't seen yet. They're gonna want to at least slam this down.
Measures today.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at ToTheTick.
170 is a natural bounce place. If you were looking on BOOKMAP right now, you know that the levels are right on round numbers, right? It's gonna be like 170, 165, 160, 155. Even with these support levels in here, you know you're gonna get these are automated bounces right here. That's all this is, right? It's an automated. This is a computer program that buys at flat numbers. Sometimes when I see stuff like this going on, I'll put in right at flat numbers, like big round hold numbers. I'll put in something like this, and I'm going to expect a bounce on these lines right here. But there ain't shit holding this up, so I'm going to expect this to continue to sell. They're going to grind down here at least, or attempt to grind down below this. Start grinding through this vol zone. And I haven't checked to see where the put wall is on Tesla right now. I was looking at it. I think it's 150 right now. Into Tesla OPEC, or the monthly OPEX for Tesla. I think it's at 150, but I could be wrong on that. Don't quote me on that, but I think that's where it is. Maybe it's 165. I don't know. I knew what it was yesterday, and I don't remember exactly where. You want to take a look at it? Hold on a second. I'll look right now. See if I can find it. Oh boy. Yeah, it blew right through yeah, blew right through it. Blew right through Max Payne. 180. 180. Yeah, so we're way out. They're just printing fucking puts right now. Man. But you got these. You've got like you got banks and stuff. You got like banks now with their hands trying to get the cheapest price for Elon to renegotiate his package. You've got banks now that could try to lever Tesla right now for him to sell more shares, possibly give up Twitter at a loss for pennies on the dollar. It's all kinds of man. You're like opening yourself up to sharks are out there. There are some sharks out there. Would love to see Tesla at a low price. Yeah, I've got some targets for you guys. Know my targets for Tesla, right? You see them, right? They're down here. This reversal right here, these things don't end well typically. If you get a Fed event, maybe that'll help the price of the stock out. They used to say that about GME or something. I don't remember, but other than that, some events helping out the price of Tesla stock. This is as bearish as it can get right now. And you're gonna be targeting lower prices. It'll take time to get there. But man, that's brutal. This usually doesn't end well. This usually does not end well, and you'll get a capitulation moment down here too. You'll hit like that 150 mark, and then you'll have like a 4 o'clock in the morning type situation. You have to wake up early in the morning and grab a taper. But if you're a bull, I've got good news for you. These are kind of the three places that I'm looking to add some Tesla. So if you're a bull, there's a positive. There's some light here at the end of this tunnel. There's, if you keep selling off and down, it's not a bad place to be longing Tesla here. Not a bad place to be longing Tesla here, and not a bad place to be longing Tesla here. I would love to be a Tesla owner down here. This is a tough go right here. I don't know what else to say to you. I would say, if you think this is bottom on Tesla, I would say to you that you got a lot of work ahead of you, because you start turning this into if you start like the next step here is they'll be turning this right here into resistance. It's become a red bar right here. Not green. It's become red, and this makes capitulation moves. I can promise you. This does. It makes capitulation moves. It makes any attempt to go higher in volatility to slow you down. Yeah, I apologize. I'm a Tesla bull. I just want you to know, if you're a Tesla bull, that this is bearish, and this isn't the end of being bearish. Is my point. We were Tesla's pretty much at a key level right here. You have to, like the bulls kind of had it in their court to an extent. There's this big push up right here, right? And you're getting secondary buyers in here, right? Trying to push it up, right? Third tier buyers in here pushing up, so the blast up higher, right? Starts getting pushed back down, looking for support, which was right here. And it only makes sense to trade it down here one more time now to find out if there's any support left here. Dude, the moment you don't have any support there, that's it. It starts blasting down. So kind of sucks. If you're looking for a place for support, it's level for you as a Tesla bull. It's level to level. Bears are in control here, so bears are looking for. Hey, buddy, how you doing? You'd be looking for some kind of a support here, right? If you're a bull, you could trade this back up again, but you'd be taking profit here. You really would. You want the machines to start to break above this stuff up here. You probably have to reset this, but all this volatility you want to get. This is where you want to be long Tesla right here, or even higher right there. To be truthful, this would still be a level to level trade. You want to like get crazy bullish on Tesla. It's way up here for where we are right now. Like so much work needs to be done for Tesla to get up there that sometimes it becomes easier to just have that capitulation moment down below. Does that make sense? There's so much work that needs done here that sometimes you'll see someone it'll just start breaking down. And you'll find good support down here, and you can take some a confidence trade in here. Definitely not positive for Tesla at this point. All right, so we're going to do what I normally do, okay? I know there's probably people in here that don't do this. If you want to add a tool to your toolbox, I'm going to give you one right now, okay? I don't care not what stock you're trading, but if you're trading like mainstream blue chips or trading Apple, Tesla, Amazon, this doesn't always hold true either. You'll see if, let's say, all of tech's going up and Facebook's not, or Meta's not participating in it. But this is what I do when I'm trying to get a viewpoint on the market, especially intraday, right? Seeing Tesla coming in some support down here. This is kind of key time to take a walk around the market and just start to see what's going on in the market. Is this a bottom for Tesla? So we're going to take a look around. I'll go to NDX next. And you're kind of seeing these buyers down here, right? This is actually pretty good. I like seeing this right here from intraday support. We know that NASDAQ has had some buyers here, right? NASDAQ's had some buyers here. We know NASDAQ's had some buyers here. Wouldn't be surprised to see it stay a little bit weak here, but the bulls really need that to hold on here. Last case scenario is just down in here, right? So we want to see this hold here for the bulls. We don't want to see here. Don't want to start seeing this rejection and bloodbath. Some kind of nonsense like this. Very risky here for NASDAQ right now. NASDAQ doesn't become constructive unless it breaks out from up here. I guess you could clean this up a little bit. Sorry, I don't always come over. I don't always come over here and clean all this stuff up. You could call it that right there, I guess, if you wanted to. But you don't want to see like a rejection here and this failure happen. This is looking like into tomorrow, doesn't it? Oh, hold on here. We'll take a look around the market. We'll look at the VIX. Is it on my chart here? Everybody's screaming at ooh, look at that VIX, baby. Look at that VIX pump. Ooh, yeah. These bears must be stoked right now, right? Found buyers down here. Found buyers. Bam, slammed above. Bam, 1, 2. Ripping higher right now, right? Big, huge gap left behind. This is awesome to see, by the way. Hold on. Let's kind of scale it out a little bit. Yeah, bears want to be coming back up here and reclaiming, right? Bears want to be reclaiming this area up here, waiting for tomorrow's event, right? You can see it. Oh, I'm exaggerating on timeline here, but you can see what the bears are doing, right? They're like, we're getting some vol coming in tomorrow. This is all constructive for volatility. This is good to see, by the way. See that, right, on a larger time frame here? You can see, matter of fact, you could actually, as this is all played out, you could probably make a case for something in here. It is higher. I think it's higher. It's somewhere in there. But there's a case here, right? Bears got a case for some volatility. When you can't say this isn't strength, right? There's just no way. Only 1, 2, looking for that 3 power move up right here, at least into 30. And surpriser, what do we got? We got implied vol on SPX to 30. This looks like a achievable target here on the VIX. VIX. Hopefully somebody bought UVXY, not calls, but the actual underlying. We'll take. Let me hold on a second. We'll take a look at HYG. Oh man, that looks like it wants to roll over so hard. It looks like that's all I'm going to tell you. This looks very bearish right here. This construct right here. Even if it's just some kind of rejection down in here, some kind of bloodbath, some kind of failure up here into Wednesday. Bad news comes in. We start making levels. Make sense? Be hyper aware of this right here. Some real sellers up in here. This is looking really weak. I want you to know that, okay? This is looking very, like, toppy. Very, very, very toppy tomorrow. HYG is looking sickly. This is good. This is constructive for TLT. I'd like to see it at least come down to this 105 level. To be honest, it'd be nice to even see it come down here. This is where I'd really like to see it come down right in here somewhere. We know that there's some buyers in here, but it'd be good to see a TLT come down a little bit, maybe down here. Anything really ugly news, that wouldn't shock me at all. Kind of back here. We'll extend all this stuff because, well, we'll meet up with this. This is good, constructive. I'd like to see it come back down here at least 100, maybe just a flat 100. Could be a quick dip below. Build some more support down here to make another leg higher. But it's looking weak into Wednesday. We could look at Jank K if you wanted to. What's XLU doing today? Hello. See, they're all hiding. Look at this. Get all these portfolio managers trying to hide an XLU. This is insane. Watching this. This is not good. This is not a well-hedged market when you're seeing this nonsense. It's insane. Look at Boyle. Oh my, look at Boyle. Just vicious. Boyle, man. Boyle's trying to hold on right here.
According to Gascade data, Europe gas pipeline flows to Poland from Germany fall to 0.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Sold it down, pushed it down, right? Let's see. Pushed it down, right? Pushed way down. Back up. Where does it want to come back for some support? Is down here. Make that yellow. Be careful in here too. Be careful with natural gas. This big giant push down right here, right? Big giant push down right here. Big giant push down right here, right? And they're right back at it again. You got this whole thing going on in here. Man, I'll tell you what. How far can Boyle come down? Probably a lot. Tell you where they think Boyle's going. $62. I can tell you where bulls think Boyle's going. Without a doubt. You can see it in previous time frames, right? You can see it right here. Just smash. Comes up, goes down, bam. So yeah, I mean, like a smaller time frame, I can see where bulls are. I can most certainly see. Can most certainly see bulls saying, sorry, Cap, we're going. This is the price target up here. This is Valhalla. We'll make it green for right now. So you can tell that the bulls are like, no, Cap, we're going here, bro. We did it way back over there. We're gonna do it again. Just trying to get some support down here. Got to get some more bag holders in here so you can get up here. If Boyle does trade up there, I'm gonna tell you, like, you start selling. You got some other places, some scary spots above. You've got some here. Let me This is a wild ride. You know, like all these trades like this these are some wild rides. I can see it right now. I can see why you guys are so bullish on Boyle. So far, man. I mean, so far, bullish is, consolidating, baby. That's what it's doing. It's just taking a breather. That's all it's doing right now. On a larger time frame, it's just on a breather right now. It's just chilling. Some wild stuff. Close the gap down here, and then start smashing higher. I shouldn't be checking Boyle because got SPY coming in for the retest again above. Saw that the VIX had a little bit of a downward, but then it's looking to go higher. So be careful up in here if the VIX turns around. You going to show you how that would play out. You'd have a smash higher on SPY here, right? And then you'd be looking at the VIX. Where the fuck is the VIX again? This is why you should have all these. Usually when I'm trading, I'll have these screeners open on a bunch of different monitors. When I'm trading with you guys. Hold on a second. Right now I don't. I want you guys to see that though. Well, let's see there. So you can see a little bit of this consolidation, and then you get your leg up. Someone just made me some lunch. Kind of impressed here. I smell food.
According to a statement, Italy's industry minister and EU's Breton agreed that the EU should draft a proposal on industry policy at the European level to face challenges from China and the US.
They can break above. I don't not see. I mean, we can break above this level right here and easily tag above. You want to be fearful. You want to be watching BOOKMAP above here. So let me show you on my cursor what I want to talk to you about here. See this curve. You want to keep your eye. See how the book is thin here. There's no sellers up here. You're gonna be looking for this book to flash peaks like they are right now. and this is selling into strength. So just be conscious of it. You got another tag above here at 4,000. You can see 399. But you want to keep an eye out for that tag, and what you want to do is minus. So off of 396, you want to do 0.3 or 3.5 off of 96. So when you're watching ES and then SPY. I just put you right around R1. With that, see that yellow bar above there? That's up here. See those standing orders just pop in above at 339.99, 4,000. Sweet. Awesome sauce, Joe. You're amazing, bro. You're amazing, brother. I'm gonna break out a hold on a second here. I'm gonna get my trading app open here. You know, like one thing that I love about Tasty is you can switch between accounts really fast. Just squeezing all them bears. There's 263,000 contracts on 394, just fueling the fire higher right now. I love you, Joe. Thank you very much, brother. Appreciate it. Yeah, so I was talking to let me take a look. I was speaking with the founder of BOOKMAP the other day, and I think we're gonna try to do just a class on BOOKMAP, how to set it up, how to use it, and then I think we might look at some of the tools and stuff, and that should be coming. I want you guys to know this too. Some of you guys know this, some of you guys might not. But as soon as this week is over, the stock market's going to get very quiet. You're going to see a lot of stock market participants that you interact with will take some time off into the holiday season. But you'll see the market get very quiet. You're going to see the market also. You'll see people like me not around. They'll be like, I'm going on vacation for a week or two. You'll see me here with you during this next couple weeks, and I'm hoping that in this time period that I'm able to put together a BOOKMAP class. It's going to be free. You'll have access to it, and we'll step by step go through it. I was thinking of even turning it into a live stream, so that you guys can set up whatever instance you have. If you have an instance from Thinkorswim, or if you have a standalone BOOKMAP, and we'll set up BOOKMAP for you. As a matter of fact, just stating that, if you can't afford BOOKMAP, you should open yourself a Thinkorswim account, download a desktop version of Thinkorswim. If you're going to purchase BOOKMAP, the standalone, it has more features. I would wait because I'll get you a deal on it, I think. I love BOOKMAP. It helps a ton. So maybe just start. How about you just start with the Thinkorswim platform, and then if I can work out this deal, I'll get you guys a code or something, so you can save a whole bunch of money, and we'll do a class. and we'll look at different order book settings on the right. There's actually some really cool stuff you can look at on the right-hand side of the book map. You can set it up with a whole bunch of information.
Notes, totaling $0, so no bids for the 10-year notes from the Fed.
So we will take a look at that. And when the market trades a little bit, like this isn't normal trading for our stock market, so there's a lot of people in this stream that we trade pretty consistently, day in, day out. Oftentimes I'll take multiple, 4 or 5 trades in a day. I'm not interested in this trade right now. I have, if you guys want to know what I'm interested, you guys want, we can talk about that right now. Like, see, you can see how light the book is right now. Normally you'd see so much more volume right now.
This stream is
So
sponsored
risky
by
trading right now.
Strike.
This can reverse.
Strike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments.
This
Get
can
a free
reverse at any
trial at
moment.
tickstrike.com.
That's why you know that. Just blink of an eye, this can reverse. So the Jim Kramer just said CVNA going to 0. Kept outstanding cash cover puts on Tesla. What level and time frame? Everything looks kind of set up for some absurd ripper based on IV crush and charts. You just start breaking 3,900 yet. It doesn't break, then it goes up. Yeah, I'm not anti it going up from here. My thought on. Let's take a breather here. I want to show you something on SPY, okay? Just want you guys to have some situational awareness here. Just have some situational awareness here, okay? I'm not antsy with the stock market going up. I just want you to be aware that there are sellers here, okay? Slammed it down there. There's sellers right there. And as you trade up here, they're going to be waiting for you. Do you get my point? If you want to start getting bullish, you're a bull, right? I told you this morning before the program. You need to close above here. So we'll put these back in again so you can have them. You want to get all bullish. You really want some kind of a close above here. Does that make sense? I just want you to be aware, like situational awareness into what's happening right now. And nothing's really changed, right? You're still pinned in 395. Right? We sold down. Bought it right back up to park it right in here for you for tomorrow. Remember this CPI and JPOW? Just be conscious of that. You'll get the event vol. Right? More than likely for CPI tomorrow, you're looking for a couple places. I'll put these boxes right back in for you again. It's like 390 down here, somewhere down here. You know they're buying it up down here, right? Somewhere down here they're buying it up. Just have some situational awareness of this buy sell. And you probably won't get up here. Well, you mean you have a chance to get up here, but you know, like that's bullish right there. But like any of this can be sold at any time. These sellers are just waiting for you up here is my point. Just waiting to come swoop in and sell on you. So just be conscious of that. Conscious of that heading into tomorrow. Like how bullish is bullish. This is kind of, it can be bullish in the day here. But just know that they're just fucking there waiting for you. I think I posted something like this this morning, right? Did I post something like this on, did I post the chart with this morning and said, I think I said R1, and then I said, watch, they'll trade it to R2 just to smoke any bearishness in tomorrow. I think I posted that on Twitter this morning. Yeah, Chase, I'm not saying that's not the case. What I'm saying to you is I agree with you, Chase, but I'm saying too that you probably do a reversion again into JPOW. It's like any just like
We
the
are now 10
Bears.
minutes away from the top of the hour. Where
Remember
the
this
US
right
is
here?
due to sell $32 billion in 10-year notes. Prior bid to cover of 2 to 23 with a prior high yield of 4.14%. Additionally, the Fed is due to sell, the US due to sell $54 billion in 3-month bills. Prior bid to cover there of 2 to 67 with the prior high yield of 4.27%. So a quick note ahead of the 10-year note auction here. So noting against its peers, the 7s, 10s and 30s fly is cheaper over the past month, which may boost relative value appeal.
Nice.
It remains 10 basis points off of its year-to-date high near 0 basis points. So the auction faces significant event risks from the November CPI data due tomorrow and the Fed rate decision due on Wednesday as well. Also noting the weekly CFTC futures positioning data, which shows that speculators were net short around 369,000 10-year note contracts and net short 107,000 ultra 10-year contracts. Again, a possible source of covering demand.
You saw this move down into Friday, and it, like normally you'd be like, oh, I'm chasing that right down that hole into Monday. But then of course, over the weekend, they trapped you, right? And the only reason I'm saying that reversion, that mean reversion back, would be, you get real bullish in here.
So also just noting the primary dealers' positions here in the 7 to 11-year sector were net long $980 million in the week ending November 30th. That's versus the $3.4 billion average net short over the past year.
You get this move up into the close, and you start saying, hold on a second here. Get this nice consolidation. It doesn't break down. Make this move higher. Boom. You're like cranking up into the bell right here. And it's just like the Bears on Friday, and you're like, Yahoo, and then they just start selling futures down into a decision right here. And then does it go up or does it go down, right? Does that make sense? You'll hear like news, and they'll say like, there's no way they were pumping it up, or even it goes up and then it just comes right back down into Wednesday. Just be honest on these tracks, or just be careful on how we could trade next 2 days. Just be careful, please. For the love of Pete, be careful. That's what it is. I'm telling you. Last week we were watching it. We were in here last week. We were like, man, under any other circumstance, like so many setups should have worked out for like 30, like 50% retracement, no problem. 70% retracement, no problem. Sell it down and down the hole for another 70 points down. Like either side of that trade should have printed like back and forth like 3 or 4 times, and they were just like, nope. So you're just like, take your money and run. Thank you for the free money. I'm not giving any of it back. And I know some people closed yesterday or on Friday, and some people did not. Some people left some on, but I know there were a lot of traders that went right down that hole into the bell. I know they did. That's my only fear up in here is like, you can trade this up. What I'm saying is, if you can start drinking that Kool-Aid, I'd be watching out, man, because that Kool-Aid becomes intoxicating. As a trader, you're just like, doesn't matter if it's up or down. You're in it. So just be careful. Just be careful. Just be careful. This is meant for that. Like, these events are meant for you to drink the Kool-Aid. No, I'm still in it. I got rid of some of it, but I'm hoping to get rid of the last of it. If I can get rid of it in CPI or in the event, I still have some hedge on. I have no interest, zero, to hold the rest of it past the event. I'd rather re-enter after repricing. I'm still in a little bit. Got a little tiny bit left, and I'm almost out.
So 5 minutes now to the top of the hour.
Yeah, you're
So
welcome.
The US is due to sell $32 billion in 10-year notes with a prior bid to cover of 2 to 23, prior high yield 4.14%. As well, the US is due to sell $54 billion in 3-month bills, prior bid to cover of 2 to 67, with a prior high yield of 4.27%.
I'm looking at the option chain right now. You guys aren't roping me into, like, I'm looking at the calls right now, and I'm like, you guys are playing for pennies right now. I'm like, I have no interest in that. You know, you could be doing right
Ahead of this
now.
auction, just keeping our eyes on the US 10-year yield, currently almost flat on the session at around 3.587%.
Start looking like a month out, and you can sometimes track a ticker or track a strike that you're interested in, something outside the money slightly, and see if it's kicking premium, if it's getting a premium kick. You can check like a month out from now. I wouldn't do a month. I would check like if you're just looking at this or just checking this to track. I would check like something end of the month, maybe January 15th calls that are in the money or slightly outside the money. If you start seeing premium build in those, the dealers could be pricing those for a buy. You could check the put side as well. Sometimes in the background of what's happening today and tomorrow, you could like open up 2 or 3 screeners with options chains open and just peek at and track. Sometimes they'll be pricing in the move that's anticipated as we head into Wednesday. No, NBA is not broken. Let me check right now, Ergo. Are you on? Are you looking at it with ES right now? Maybe because they did a contract roll. I'll look right now, brother. Man, I'm looking at this. I should run some of these. A bunch of stuff that I haven't run here. Let me take a look at this. I'm gonna run some stuff in the background here and see if there's a. Sometimes when I'm with you guys, I'm missing some crossovers in the market. Yeah, see, this has got the algorithm's got us going up and retesting 431 right now. It doesn't know about the event, but it's got it. It's got it testing it. It's got us hitting 21st. It's got us hitting 420, and then it's got us hitting on the 6th of January, hitting 430. I don't know that I trust it though. Market breadth indicator is not working for me at all right now. I don't know why. Maybe it's an internal issue at TradingView. Nope, it's coming back. I've got it on for me. Nope. So market breadth indicator is not at a low yet. Give me a second here. Nope. Just see. So I'll bring this up for you guys. So if you're looking, so you guys want safety.
The results for both the 10-year and 3-month bill auctions. I will be leading with the 10-year notes a bid to cover ratio when they come out in a few minutes' time. Also keep in mind at the top of the hour, do get the 10-year notes when issued yield.
So you guys can see right here, utilities, right? They're all like all these portfolio managers running into utilities, just pig piling in. Consumer staples, another place, right? Stockcharts.com has them piling in as well. I'm not going to bring that up today because I have some work to do, but to trade in safety as a bull, it's always down here, like safe trading. can see it, right? Right there. See it right there. You can see it right there. You can see it down here. Safety. Like you guys are all, not you guys, but like people
Treasury
coming streaming there.
10-year, when issued yield 3.588% ahead of this $32 billion auction. Again, Treasury when issued on the 10-year yield 3.588%.
Especially bulls. Bulls are like
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick.
when
Get
you're
free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
Sending troops to Ukraine.
when you guys, what's this sending troops to Ukraine stuff? Anyways, I want if you're a bull out there, right? I use this in conjunction with other stuff, but just on its own. Like if you want safety in trades, it's so crazy how many times I'll be like, buy that bottom, and people are like, I don't know, Cap, it's gonna crash, bro. And I'm like, well, what if it does? It's gonna come right back up. Just buy something with enough time on it, it's gonna print. This actually works like, doesn't matter if the market's going down, doesn't matter if the market's going up. But I can assure you that whenever we're up here, everyone wants to buy. It's not the place to buy. You know, and that doesn't mean we don't go up from here. It doesn't mean we don't blast off into 430. I get it. I see what's doing. I see it. Everybody can see it. Well,
Just under a minute's time now to expect.
a Bear's going to tell you that.
Here. Again, I'll be leading with the 10-year note auction and the bid to cover ratio.
Bear's going to tell you this is going to reverse and just go bloodbath straight down. A bull's going to tell you that this is basing, and we're going to blast off to 430. I'm telling you guys. I'm going to warn you one last time. If you guys stick around with me, right? Next time we're down here.
Bid to cover 2 to 31 with a high yield of 3.625%, 3.625%. The US selling $32 billion, awarding 16.09% of bids at high. Primary dealers taking 21.86%, direct at 18.7%, indirect 59.45%. Just waiting on the 3-month now.
And this is what I talked to you about. If you wanted to take this,
cover 2 to
God
51,
damn it, hold
2 to
on.
51 with the high rate of 4.27%, 4.27.
Turn that shit down means nothing. That's why I was talking to you about the straddling the market at 395 here with enough time on it. You'll capture it on one side or the other, but you need to have enough time on it. Does that make sense? But even so, like if you guys want high probability trades, I'm telling you, man, like they're like like talking about winning like out of 30 or 40 times, winning like 27, 28 of them. More, maybe 20, 29. So it's a hard trade to manage because when you're down here, people are telling you it's going to go bloodbath. They're like, the world's ending, Cap. This is the time when it's going to break. This is the time, Cap. You know, every time. By the time you're up here, people are like, oh, yeah, I want to buy. And now we're leveling off, right? So stick around. The next time we're down here, price doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if the stock. Doesn't matter if the price comes down to here, or if the price comes down to here. As soon as this is down here, as soon as all these bulls are taken out, no matter where the price is, you'll hear me say, buy a bottom. Buy a bottom. Buy it right now. And I'm sure you're going to be in here telling me, no, Cap, this is the time when it's going to crash. Simplest way of trading. It's like so simple. Works in bull markets, works back here when you're in trend. We're trended all the way up, right? Still had these moments in here. Had them in here. Had them in here. Had them in here. Had them in here. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if the market's going up. Doesn't matter. Find key places to buy. Doesn't matter if the market's going down. Works everywhere. Works going down. Works going up. Doesn't matter. You just have to have patience. You just have to. Oh, there's a rejection here. You just have to have patience. And when we're down there, you have to have the commitment to say, I'm going all in. Yeah, so do you take a long trade right here? I don't know. You could take a straddle here. If you said I'm taking a straddle, Cap would be like, hell yeah. Straddle that and play both sides. Probably going to go up both sides, up and down. But like, should I buy some 0 dates here? Yeah, I don't know. There's better places. We're in a sell the rip environment. We're not in positive gamma. Oh, you guys like that, huh? You like that orthopedic spine surgeon? You like that? You like that? You like that indicator, huh? You want me to go over that with you guys real quick? Because I got a video that I made about it, but I'll do it live with you if you want. Bank Nifty India chart. Oh man. Hang tight. That's a good one. We use that one. That's a good one. In conjunction with some other indicators, it works really, really well. There's a couple other indicators that if you can actually time the bottom and the bottom, like are we bottomed or are we not bottomed yet? In conjunction with some PPOs and PPMs, you can kind of figure out where the bottom is. There are some problems with, there's no problems with this. That indicator is 100%er. There's some problems with people getting pissed off. They're like, I've had people argue with me and say, oh, I just bought 0 dates. But 0 dates, or not 0 dates, but like weekly way out of money calls. And they've always printed cap. And then, of course, they come back and say, I got burned. And this is ways for you to get burned in it. You can have a sideways movement for a month or two. Not a month. No, the worst. I've been trading that back for years now. I've only gotten burned once. And that was dealers that were resetting a market on the market crash in 2020. And they went right up and then flat. The safest trade is like a 3-monther, and then collecting it at 100. Well, you make the 3-month trade for, let's say you spend $100, you make 300, and you take the 100 off it and walk away from the trade, like 30% winner. But it's actually 100% winner on what you're spending. No, that indicator is for the S&P 500. Good question. It tracks all the sectors in the S&P 500. Checks every sector, and it's looking for a capitulation moment in all sectors all at once. It's a complete oversold. It's when there's no, you can't do any more. You can't sell into anything across the market. And I will have a video on that soon. You guys want to do? I mean, you guys can back test this on your own. You guys want to do that, or do you? It's probably not the time. Do you guys tune in after this week after OPEX? Tune in. It's going to be dead quiet. I'm going to do a bunch of classes with you guys, and you'll be ready for the new year. Easy. Too much work going into one indicator. So what I can do is show you the indicator and show you that it on its own, it prints every single time. Every single time. Bull market, bear market. If you're just patient enough for it to hit bottom, it actually doesn't do as well in the. So typically, our market goes up. Typically, it doesn't always work on bear spreads. I've had it fail on bear spreads, especially in an up market. It's just a market breadth indicator. Nothing special. Very simple way to make money. If you're patient, you want to make like 9 to 10 good trades a year. Sometimes you get 12 out of it, but normally it's you average about, well, I would say you average like your best trades are probably 6 to 7 times a year. Sometimes you can squeeze 9 out of it. 12 trades are risky, but normally it's like 6 to 7, where you're like, I know for sure this is going up from here. There's no more liquidity to sell into. It's highly accurate. It's obscenely accurate. It's never fail. not never. It fails. It fails one out of. I've had it only fail once in 3 years on the call side. I've had it fail multiple times. It's about a 70% winner on bear put spreads. It's not as accurate, and that's because sometimes the rollover on the bear side can be longer than you'd be led to believe. And also bull market or bull. There's issues on the bear side because bulls can remain irrational longer and raise you up high enough that if you took that trade, you might be you might not have let's say you trade to four. So you're like, oh, we're gonna sell off here at 400, and we trade to 430. And you put that spread on at 400, you're looking for like a much lower number, and then you have to put a lot more time on it. Yeah, I wasn't going to do it, but I'm going to do it now. What I'm going to do is show you me placing the trade, and I'm not going to tell you to take the trade. I'll tell you not to take the trade, and you can watch me do it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do, I think, $1,000, and I'll trade it for a year. Coming into a new year right now. I'm going to trade it 10 trades, and I'm going to attempt to make $1 million with that $1,000. And you guys can watch it. You guys can see the account, and you guys can see the account grow over the course of a year. And you guys can just you'll watch me place it in real time, and can see how it trades. It's not an easy trade. I gotta warn you guys out there. I want to warn you guys. You guys think I'm sure you guys think it's an easy trade, but it is not. It is one of the most psychological or it's one of the most. It's the kind of trade where you're better off going down to a bunker, turning off all of social media. Literally, like turn off social media, turn off the news, turn off your magazines that you read, turn off Google, turn off CNBC. Don't talk to anybody. Just place the trade, come back, and reap the money. Yeah, bear spreads. Oh, shoot. Me? I've lost 6 figures in a single trade. Multiple times. Have you ever turned $1,000? Yeah, fuck yeah. I've turned $7,000 into 6 figures in about 18 minutes. I actually showed Joe that trade once. Joe Harper's actually seen the paperwork, not even the screenshot bullshit, but the actual tax stuff on that. I posted that for him once. Yeah. Yeah. It's a weird trade because you're usually at the peak of bearishness. You usually have volatility in that trade, so you could like see the trade go up and then down. You could actually see the market crash further or make new lows that are 50 points, 80 points, and then slingshot back up. It's not an easy trade to manage. It's a lot of money. I mean, if you're putting a lot of money in that trade, those are some very stressful. I don't know how much you guys trade with, but those trades are your bread and butter, so that you can day trade, so that you can take risky trades above. Like when you want to take risky trades here and you like torch 5 or 10 grand, you better have another fucking vehicle. Sorry to swear, but you better have another vehicle that you're making money in, no matter what. Like I have to impress upon you that if you are a trader, you better have one trade that you know that you're going to make money almost 100% of the time. You have to have one. Like that you win 9 out of 10 times. You win 7 out of 10 times. And if you only take that trade 6, 7 times a year, 9 times a year, you must have that shit dialed in, or you will never make it as a trader. You might make it as a stock buyer and stuff, but as a trader of options, you have to have a trade that is almost it's like such a softball that you take that trade. You take it every time it presents itself. You don't need to do it that much. You just need 100% trade 10 times. I think it's 10. I think it's 10. I think it's 10 perfect trades. You'll make $1 million off $1,000. I think. Could be wrong. I think you just need 100% trade. Could be wrong on that, but if you do the math on a napkin, I think it's 10 trades. So we'll do it together. When we get down there, right, and we have that capitulation moment, I will. Okay, so I want you to be aware here. This is a bear setup. You're gonna be looking as a bull. You're gonna be looking to take this as a chance to go higher. It's possible. But where you're gonna see here, the bears are going to. I want to set this up for you guys. What bears are gonna want to do here is turn this into some form of resistance. Bears are going to want to hold this here. Now, if this turns back to green, we'll keep it green. But what the bears want to do is break below, start resisting, trade this down to VWAP, and then you'll see that the trade continue lower. This happened, I think, on Friday. There's no guarantee it'll happen again today, but just be conscious of it here. Bulls look like they're still in charge right now, so we'll turn this back to green. From BOOKMAP, at least, the Bulls look like they're still in charge. So we'll give the Bulls benefit of the doubt. They didn't have a double top either up here. Bulls definitely, they came up, right, with conviction. Slapped more buyers right here. Slammed, tagged R1, right? Almost to a pin strike, they tagged R1. It's almost a perfect strike. You can see it right here. Almost perfect strike at R1. So bear is going to be looking for a rejection again, some kind of double top off R1. What bulls are going to want to do to get bullish once more is see a trade above R1, hold R1, and then you'll start making your next leg to R2. I will do what you do. I'll start with 1,000. Just $1,000. This trade is meant. So the intent behind this trade is multifold. It's very it's a very complex trade, very simple but complex trade. Because as you start to make money on this trade, you're going to become panicked because you're going to be placing these trades that cost a lot of money. I mean, if you trade $1,000 to $1 million, you're talking about placing a $100,000 to $300,000 trade. I'm going to assume that if anyone trades this with me, that you're going to have, I don't know, 30% attrition rate, right around $3,000 to $5,000 to $7,000. I would bet by $10,000 to $15,000 to $30,000, you're going to have an even higher attrition rate. People will take the money and run. They'll be like, I got 20 grand in my pocket. I'm fucking out of here. You have another group of people are going to be like, I got 75K in my pocket. I ain't doing that shit with that guy. He's crazy. You know, people will be like 130 grand being like, see ya. I'm not even going back to that channel. I'm out of here. I'm going to turn off my social media and make a new handle, and it started $1,000 or something. So by the end you get people. And the truth is, in this trade, you should take money off the table. You shouldn't be trading that much in that trade. But if you're going to grow an account, if you want to see how good the account is, and there's this other side to it too, where you're like, well, it was only $1,000. It wasn't real money. It was play money. But I assure you, it works. It works like clockwork. But the management of that trade psychologically is wild. And then, of course, taking the money off the table is another part of that trade. And I don't think you should follow me through in this trade either. I think that you should look at it as if I practice this trade, you don't even have to do it with real money. Just go out there and get some fucking. Don't they have paper trading accounts and shit? Get a paper trading account, make a paper trade with it, trade along with me, and see what I'm talking about. Now you won't feel that same pressure if you paper trade it. You're just gonna be like, whatever, it's fucking fake. But if you trade it real, it's a very stressful. It's one of the most stressful trades that I take. It bothers me. Like I won't sleep. I'll think about it at all times. It like, and then I hear people on Twitter and shit like, all the time. Every once in a while, I hear somebody like, if you believe in that trade, they go all in on it and they don't care. I'm like, that's bullshit. They're going down to their fucking bunker. They're like the Wolf Man, and they have like a chained basement, and they're gonna chain themselves up and turn everything off. That's utter bullshit. That's not how it goes. Oh no, dude. Real trading with big money is like very stressful. Very like you gotta leave. Don't be near a computer. Go for a walk. Go for a hike. Go for a bike ride. Just get away from it. So it's not an easy thing to do. Yeah, we're talking about buying. It takes a peyote and salvia. So you're like, so you're like, if you're, you guys have to understand how like if you're like you gotta understand that every time you're at that place to buy, it's like it's a cacophony of noise from the outside world telling you don't do it. So your brain just your brain melts. Yeah, it's just debit spreads. You can do it with credit spreads. Credit spreads you have to manage a little bit better, but usually this trade is for like a new trader. Simple debit spreads. You'll have people out there telling you to cut the one side off, but I'll tell you what makes it a high probability trade is leaving the other leg on, especially if the trade turns on you and you get caught with more downside action. I've heard everything in the book as to how to modify that trade, and you can modify it. I've heard people say they go back in and they lose it all. Or I've heard people say, well, I didn't capture. People be like, I didn't capture. I could have made 1,000%. But when you back test it and you start to mess with that trade, you start to have varying degrees of success. Those tail risks come in and really fuck with the averages over the years. So it's one that I don't fuck with it. I just place it. I don't look at it. Keep it in a separate account. And matter of fact, my SDAO I've been fucking with it. Past week I've been fucking around in there, and I'm not supposed to be doing that. So let's just leave it. Don't look at it. Sellers coming in right now on the SPY. But we'll run the trade live, so you guys will get a forewarning that I'm going to place the trade, that I'm looking to place the trade. It usually takes week to 2 weeks to start to find a bottom and things to shake out. I'm going to assure you that you'll see people in stream telling me, yeah, butt cap, yeah, butt cap, yeah, butt cap. All right, you hear it all the time. And most of you know me long enough now to know that most of you have known me now long enough that you know I don't fucking listen to anybody. I'm looking at some other shit over here that's telling me something completely different than what you're all telling me. Yeah, we're gonna run for the new year. We're gonna run the MBI trade. So I'm a little afraid of it. There's some problems here too. Some of the people that have talked to me about not running this trade publicly have said that, like if I'm running it for myself and you guys are all doing it at the same time, it could be obscenely too many. We could actually have problems in the market. You can't have like 1,000 people all placing a spread at the same time. I still might not run it. When I'm thinking about it now, I'm like, man, maybe I'll just tell you about it. Like a nice class on it, you just do it on your own. Can't have like fucking 2,000 people all fucking placing the same trade at the same moment in the market. They'll know. They fucking know, and they know it's retailers too. I'm telling you, they know. So maybe it's more like, maybe I should film it and then release the film after a year or something. I gotta think about this. Because then, you know what I could do is do a class, and then if you guys were all doing it on your own, and when you felt as though it would be very random, your results would vary, and maybe I'd film me placing the trades over the course of a year. Maybe do the class, and then at the end of the year, I release a year of me doing it this year. And if I lose, I lose. If I win, I win. That's right. Pickpocketing the old greasy billionaires. You can't do it all at the same time. You can't have like, because I know what'll happen. If you win once or twice, you'll be telling the entire internet, and they'll be like, all the apes will come through, and you guys will take down the S&P 500, and I'll go to prison for like 30 years. We'll have a boiler room for the S&P 500. That would anger the gods. I think the gods would get angry at that. Jamie Dimon would have me on the stand or something, going to prison for like 50 years, turning the S&P 500 into a meme stock. Can you imagine that? That would piss off some people, I promise. Yeah, exactly. A boiler room for the S&P 500. I would be in so much trouble. There's no way I'm getting out of that. So I'll figure it out. It's an easy trade, but dude, just imagine if we had like 5,000 people all buying the same call spreads, all at the exact same time, and then you're like trading like $300,000 all at the same time. How much is that? That's bigger than the JPM spread, right? It's definitely gonna. People are gonna notice it. It's gonna spike out. I promise. If you had like in that bottoming process, if it was like you're doing it on your own, in your own time frame, and you're making decisions on your own, it would probably blend in with all the volume. You wouldn't see it as much. It wouldn't stand out. You'd just be like hiding behind other big money. But if we were all doing it at the same time, there'd be like this one giant spike right there, and the dealers would fuck us. I'm telling you, they'd come back and be like, nope, we're going down another 100 points before we print that. Nah, it's illegal. I know it's illegal. It's 100% illegal. I can't coordinate trading with you guys on that kind of a scale at all. It's not legal. So I don't know how exactly I'm going to do it. I have to do it so it's something where like I do a class with you. I tell you how I'm going to do it. And it's probably better that you do it on your own, and when you feel as though it's right to do it. That way it's not me influencing you. And then maybe I videotape it over the course of a year. Maybe I'll point out the bottoms in the market. And then at the end of the year, we'll review the trade. The trade's a year-long trade. And you get in it for, it's like 1 to 3 months. You place the trade for. You usually get out of it 3 weeks, 2 weeks, sometimes a week and a half, sometimes a month. Sometimes you're in it for like 3 months, almost to the end. If it goes against you, if the market goes against you, which it shouldn't, but if it does, yeah. No. I'll do this class with you and show you. I'll take you step by step through how to catch this reading, how to identify it, how to place the trade, step by step. Go through everything. I'll show you exactly when it happens. You can't miss it. It's like a big giant bullseye. It's like a rubber arrows hit you right in the head. A week later, the dude from I forget his name, but he goes on every time I place the trade. The guy from I forget his name. He's the Indian guy, famous trader, and he'll always come out and he'll be like, "Well, we bought the market." Niles, what's his name? Dan Niles or something. He'll come out publicly on CNBC and be like, "Well, we bought. It was majorly oversold, so we bought it. Not for long though, but we bought it." And he always comes out, and I'm like, "All right, sorry, buddy, I'm already in." Dan Niles is famous for making that trade, or something like it. To get them to how much? I used to catch their attention with 300 lots. Not originally in the beginning, but I would do 300 lots, and eventually over time they caught me. Well, the order flow sellers, I think, were catching me. I think when you're doing it repetitively, over and over and over and over again, they find out who you are. I really believe that too. It's better to hide your entries as best you can, whatever size you're working with. It's always better to scale into trades. The more you block trade with as a retailer, the more money you block trade with. It's not as bad in like Tesla. Tesla, you can throw like 30, 50,000 bucks in, and they're not going to see you. The SPY in a bull market, they would rarely see you. But we're in a bear market, so it's like glaring now. You stand out now, and you don't want to get caught standing out. You want to be like you just want to be blending into the background. Oh no, we can easily spike the VIX and go up. Absolutely. VIX is it's an indicator of volatility and fear, but it has no bearing on if the market goes up or down. Oh, it tends to track the market, but not always. Am I getting cold feet? No, not at all. You guys, I don't know who you are, Andre, but I've been streaming. I've got 300 streams up on YouTube. And I know that everybody else in here has known me for a couple of years. I day trade. I trade events all the time. Every event that's happened, you can see me trading live. Every single one. I just know what the winners are and I know what the losers are. Yeah, it's not easy for a bull out here. I am watching 396s though. They're at 56 cents right now. They were at like 69 cents. So 396Cs for today's expiry, right? They were like 69 cents over here. They're now 56 cents. So you can see that happening. So I have no need to get trapped. I live trade here all the time. If there's a move here, I'll take a trade. If you trade up here, I might take a trade. I'm looking for this right now. You guys want to know what I'm looking at least. I want to see a move like this. If you see a move like that, I'll take a long. Take that trade. I'll take a put too. If we trade, if we start breaking down below this stuff right here, like double top right there, reversal trade and start trading that down, I'll take puts on this trade right here too. Just not there yet. Yeah, I think Andre's new around here. I don't think he knows what he's talking about. Please teach me how to save my finances. I'm teaching you right now to save your finances by not taking a trade. What is all this in here? It's like garbage. It's just ripping and destroying What am I doing in the class? You guys will get, if you guys follow, if you guys just sign up at Captain's Alva, or not at Captain's Alva, if you just sign up to CaptainJimJames.com, you'll get it in the newsletter that says we're going to do this class on this day. It'll be a closed class, by the way. It won't be public. It'll be like an invite only. I'll send you a link. We'll do a live stream privately. It'll be just us, people that are here every day. And we'll do a private class. I'll go through every step with you. We'll save the video. You guys can always reference it for future reference. But you guys have at it first. You guys can ask me any questions that you have to ask about the trade. And it's for you guys. It's a tool that I would have bet that you come back and reference for a long time. It's crazy because I've had people say, well, it's so easy. It's that anybody could do it. It's for stupid people. And I'm like, I've made more money as a stupid trader than a smart trader ever by being a dumb trader. Teach me about risk management for a trading account. So I keep multiple trading accounts. Some trades I don't want to look at that I place that are far out, like 1, 2, 3 months. Those are usually trades of size, 30%. And then I've got day trading accounts. I typically only trade $1,000 to $3,000 to $5,000 per trade in that account. When it was a bull market, I was just talking to. As a matter of fact, I have to put in apology. I'll post. I have to make a post about this. But him and I were talking about. You'll see that upcoming in next day or after the event. But we were discussing trading in a bull market versus trading now, and in a bull market you can throw down fucking your account, and the trade's coming back to pay. It doesn't matter if you entered wrong. It doesn't matter if you it doesn't matter if you're like in trend, you're at the top of the trend, because it doesn't matter if it goes against you, it's coming back. This market here, it's collapsed into itself. It started in December of 2020. It started to collapse in itself. And so now there's no forgiveness in trades. If you place a wrong trade now, you pay for it. There isn't constantly more money coming into the trade that you're in that you could be sloppy with. So we were talking about, like, do we go back into that sloppy trading once the market comes back? Do you fall back into that sloppy trading habits and then get torched? Because those you can, in a bull market, you can have a lot of there's like a lot of what would you call it? It's like there's a lot of forgiveness in a bull market. As an investor, as a trader, even if it's on a temporary basis, depending upon when you get into that bull market, there's a lot of forgiveness. But in bear markets, there's not a lot of forgiveness. Forgiveness being a bull, you have to be precise. If a trade goes against you, you pay for it. I've never used stops more in my life than I have this past year, specifically. Price target above 399, 400. They're looking for it. They're looking to go higher here. They are trying right now. Trying to build a base support here to go higher. 3.5 off 399 is 396. Yeah, it's right up here. Trying to tag this R1 once again. We'll see. Sellers are above there. Keep your eyes on BOOKMAP. They want to hit that 4,000, man. They are trying. Like normal circumstances, man, I'd be buying this shit. When that last sell-off came, I was like, we're gonna get a sweet. Under normal circumstances, to get a sweet 50% retracement, easy. Where we are right now, I ain't buying it. It's bullshit. Right on, Alvarez. Yeah, JPOW's a good straddle. Like, although the time that you place it is critical. They'll fucking torch them from now into Wednesday, unless you put like 3 months on them. But like a straddle at 395, money. It's another crazy thing on straddles, right? Is another cool thing to do in straddles for JPOW is here. So like you take the 3 month trades and the highs and the lows, right? You'd buy your puts up here, like 395p up here and 395c down here. And then hopefully we'll trade right into 395 into Wednesday, and you've got like a high and a low buy. Now, another straddle I like are spreads. I like spread straddles on JPOW events. They have so much forgiveness in them. So much forgiveness. And then the best part about those straddle spreads, well, the other thing about the straddle is you have to still dump them before the repricing, if there is a repricing. And straddle spreads, though, you don't have to deal with any of that bullshit with vol crush. None of it. If you swing back, you're gonna make that money. And if you don't swing back, you just start buying weeklies and 0 dates to make the other side up. We have to get aggressive with it. What's that? I got torched. Didn't I get torched on that debit spread from June? I think I got torched on that spread. I think I took a hit on that spread. Watch every FOMC conference at 2. There's a dip, then it shoots up at 230 every time. Yeah, we traded the last few FOMCs like that. I think I got torched on that trade. We get a higher than expected CPI, it'll be because of shelter. That's all I'm worried about. I'm not too concerned with CPI. I think if it comes in hot, it's been massaged to be hot to fit a narrative for the Fed. Like how hot could it be? Your bond traders think that we should have a cooler than inflation and then 50 BPS coming. I like that trade. Yeah, I think the expected move from the Fed is 50 BPS. With the terminal rate, meeting the terminal rate next year. I think it's the wrong move though. There are people, or there is information in the background that says that they can't do that, and if they do it, there's some real problems coming down the road. I think if you wanted my take, I would like to see 75 BPS tomorrow or Wednesday. I'd like to see the 75 BPS. I think in total the 75 BPS or full pivot is probably on the table more so than the. I think combined, I think those two outcomes are a higher probability than the 50 BPS. I think full pivot or 75 as a total is a better chance than 50 BPS. Yeah, you just ripped the Band-Aid off. I think the ripping the Band-Aid off. The Fed not lies, but the Fed can switch. It'll shake the market though too. I think that's the intent. Actual Dan saying, site says CPI should be 7.3 from 8.0 last month. No way can meet that. It's going to be 7.5ish, and the market will be like, oh man, miss. Thanks for playing though. So, actual Dan, do you think that the CPI do you think that the CPI at 7.5 is hot? Or do you think it'll be telegraphed as being hot? Time frame for the class? It's coming up soon because we're almost there. We're very close to having to have the class. Next couple weeks.
Goldman is to cut hundreds more jobs, moving beyond routine culls.
So all you do is sign up. You'll get an email. It'll just say we're having this class this day, this
stream
time.
is sponsored by TickStrike.
It's really
allows
simple. It's
you
not that hard to.
actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
It has to go. Or the class has more to do with how to hold through when shit gets ugly. Yeah. Hold on a second. You want to rip the Band-Aid off. You guys should. If you guys are just joining us right now, you can always go back to the beginning of this program this morning. I went through every step of the way, what to expect, depending on what they say, to react, depending on how the market takes certain things. I think 75 BPS, you're going to get the best the best initial market reaction. I hope that you do. I hope that the banks kick in at that moment and start buying. That's my hope. Starting to see some strength here in the SPY. Trying to trade higher right now. Tag that R1 once more. We'll look on a couple different time frames here. Trying to blast off here. Trying to rip into the you guys can't see it behind there, can you? I mean, under every circumstance, I'm like, man, buy the F out of this and ride this up. Under every circumstance, I'm like, be just buying it. I ain't buying that. Look at that. VIX just cranking right now. Just plowing away. Bounced down, starting to make its way higher. Got a couple of levels up here. We can move some of these down. Got one right there. Got another one right here. Got another one right here. All small, not big resistance up there. Nice little band. What's NDX doing? Just consolidating? Oh, yeah, looking for that squeeze higher. This is bullish on the market if it breaks above. You should just still be in wait mode over here. I'm looking at NASDAQ now. You know, you want some confirmation here. Get buyers came in, right? Buyers came in. Buyers strengthening right here. You know, if they make that move higher, you can get a nice rip into the bell here. NDX is getting stronger, it looks like, or normally looking like it's stronger. If this was any other day than today, I'd be long right here. But not today. Not today. This is all amateur hour stuff. Bulls taking over now. Hold on here. Come back to retest the high. Previous high on R1's looking for a retest right now. 396.23. Yep. You want to go back and check on Tesla right now as we retest the high on SPY? You got a call for holding for R2. So is this where all the trap bulls are from Friday, waiting to blast up here? Yeah, baby. The Fed wants unemployment up, or at least it doesn't have to be up. It just has to be moving in that direction. I don't think it's necessarily. I think if you did like the 50, the 75, and if you saw unemployment spike or at least start moving up there, it would make the market think that the Fed's doing its job. You know, like sentiment wise, that what the Fed's doing is effective. And if what the Fed's doing is effective, at least in the minds of the market, you could see a turnaround in the S&P 500. But I don't think it's without a capitulation at some point. Could be like 2 weeks from now or something like that. That's my take on the 75 BPS. You guys should see in the background, right? They're saying that the Fed has to pivot. That's the other option was you pivot hard, you capitulate the market, you trigger unemployment rising. It gives you a place for the Fed to actually have paused and then maybe move higher. Inflation should crash over the next year. It should like start crashing without a doubt. If the market believes in the Fed, the market should go up, regardless of unemployment climbing. Shouldn't matter. You can look back to Volcker for that. Yeah, I've got EPS for the S&P 500 for next year from GS and I got it from GS, I think, and I think I might even have it up right now. Let me take a look and see. Hold on a second here. I'm looking on Twitter right now. I'm checking out. I'm going around Twitter right now. GS, I have the S&P 500 is pretty close. It's not that far. I see people are talking. There's no clean impulse count here right now. We need to see the action tomorrow to see where we are. If we need to refine our path forward. Oh, that's RB swing trader. Makes sense. See what people are saying on Twitter. Let's go around Twitter, see what Twitter folk are saying. SPX looking nice. Someone just posted. See what people are posting. I feel like this GIF is gonna making a showing. The price is wrong, bitch. That's a Ryan parody account. I like him. I hate not being on Twitter when I'm streaming. I love the Twitter bros. Double wide cap saying don't get trap sellers. One time framing up all day. Do look for the pattern of break over lunch. See if buyers can hang this up here long enough to shift VPOC and value to overlapping to lower. I guess I could look at market profile. I'll repost his moves. Double wide cap is a badass. Last hour high from Friday. Yeah, we can take a look back in time. See where the high lows are. I haven't done that today. It tells you how tired I am. Hold on here. How about a low in fucking cash market? Cash market lows down here at S1. I don't like previous lows that are in like pre-market and after hours. There's a swing low right there. 392.07.
At 2 p.m. Eastern Time, we get U.S. federal budget balance.
Today is Monday. Here's the swing high right here.
48 billion, and the prior minus 88 billion.
Make that one green for the bulls. 397.62. 392. That'd be a bloodbath down here, huh? Got a gap to fill down below, unfilled on a weekly time frame. Big old fat gap down here at 392.86. Man, this, I'll tell you what, you trap some bulls up in here. Be a nice little run. What is that? 396. It's a 40-point run down to the bottom. All you need is some sellers to step in down here. See that gap down here? Got the low of the day over here. 393.40. Slap that one in there too. A little red bar down here set up for the end of the day. See him down here. Previous lows right here. 393.40, 392. And you get the gap fill down below here. 392.07. Got the bulls that want to take it up higher. Low volume, like way low volume environment. Some traffic right now. Bulls wanting to tag above, break through. We had two. The bears are going to tell you that we got double top right here, but if we can break above this R1, two targets above, 397.62, and then R2 above it, 399.16, baby. Close above 400, very bullish for the bulls. Close below 400, very bearish for the bears. Right on, Sunday never ends. Let's take a look at SPY, or at not SPY. Let's take a look at we're not really getting signals from VIX, right? So you can kind of just throw VIX out the window. It's kind of doing its own thing. All the vol traders are in VIX and UVXY. I gotta take a look at SDOW at some point here. All right. Let's go back to Tesla. My God, Tesla. What are you doing, bro? Okay, so what did we say earlier? Remember, do you guys want to go back in the stream and figure it out with me? What did I say to you about Tesla earlier? I said, you'll get the rejection, we'll come back down, right? Here's S2. Now you're looking for Tesla to do the same kind of a jobby, right? Blast down to S3, right? Same. You got pause the video. And go back if you want to. We said this earlier. This is not good for Tesla. Came right back through, retested, slammed into S2 right now. Remember earlier when it hit 170? If you're in stream the whole entire day, starting to break through, looking for 164.97. This is like an STX buy area down here. You're going to expect a reaction as we get down here and we start eating through. I also want you to know that we'll start moving all this stuff and turning all this into resistance. Price
Minus
target below.
$248.5 billion, minus $248.5
I mean,
billion. That's lower than the forecast of minus 248 billion.
you're going to get speed bumps on like 160, 150, 155, 165,
This
stuff like
stream is
that. But
sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments.
this is super
Get a free
bearish on
trial
Tesla.
at tickstrike.com.
Super bearish on Tesla. Look at that beautiful green bars all the way up today on SPY. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blue green candles in the 1 hour chart. Trend pushing higher. Man, this makes me so bullish right now. It makes me want to buy this right now, like right where it's at right now. 1, 2, 3, push higher. Wants to squeeze up to R1. Any other day of the week, I'd be super bullish here. 396 calls are only at 64 cents, 61 cents. They're just grinding bulls right here, just destroying bulls. Bulls trapped in calls above at the previous high, just like watching their calls just get crushed. So evil. So evil.
According to the EIA, U.S. total shale regions
So
oil
evil.
production for January seen up about 95,000 barrels per day at 9.318 million barrels per day versus 91,000
What are you
barrels
guys
per day
saying?
rise in December. US EIA forecasts new well oil production per rig at 1,720 barrels
Dude.
per day for Bakken versus 1,710 barrels per day a month ago. 1,059 barrels per day for Permian versus 1,060 barrels per day a month ago. 1,507 barrels per day for Eagle Ford versus
Oh, there goes the Bears.
22 barrels per day a month ago.
There
US
goes the
Permian
Bears
Basin
throwing
oil
it down on the
production for
Bulls.
January seen up 37,000 barrels per day at 5.579 million
Just
barrels per day
hammering.
versus 40,000 barrels per day rise in December. US Eagle
Quick
Ford oil
liquidity
production
grab.
for January seen up 10,000 barrels per day at 1.241 million barrels per day.
Shaking out the longs.
13,000 barrels per day rise in December. US Bakken oil production for January seen up 21,000 barrels per day at 1.221 million barrels per day versus 18,000 barrels per day rise in December.
I fear nothing. John knows what's going on in the background. If you watch the options chain, it's just getting destroyed. It's just burning options in there. It's just like just smoking. A bull trap in here trying to take it down below, trying to smash through the levels here. Bear's just like, I'm sending it down, baby. Breakthrough, smash it down a level. Slap that VWAP, come on down. Clear out some of those previous lows. Smash through the pivot point, clear out this gap down here. You hear bulls saying they didn't want to hold it into CPI print tomorrow, too afraid. Just a liquidity grab so far. It hasn't turned into completely bear. Well, it's starting to. Starting to see some sellers come in now. We'll change that to a red bar. Change this to a yellow weak. Currently, it's weak. Bull's got a lot of work to do up here. Starting to see some higher targets, though. I mean, I'll tell you what. On BOOKMAP, there's new targets coming out. Hold on a second here. Man, it's like a promise of going higher right here. You see this? See these sellers coming in right now? Just wham. Supply, baby. Cocaine bears in the house right now. A lot of pushing going on in the options chain. The bears are on they got 325,000 puts on 395, and then another 324,000 puts on 394. They are leaning right now. Bears are coming in right now. Yeah, UVXY is all fucked up, huh? You can't trade options in that shit. I want nothing to do with this shit. Nothing at all. I don't want anything to do with this. I don't want to get caught in any of this. You know what I want to give up my money? I want to give up I'd rather like take the risk on the event than buy a shit ton of OTM puts and calls. To be honest with you. In diamond hand, baby. That's where I want to place my shit tickets. Right on the Wednesday, right at the hopefully they don't start the ramp before though. I want to see the ramp before, like the trade down trade, and then the half an hour before the Fed rate release, you see the market start going up, shorts come off, rip higher. Watch that big iceberg just smashing in right now. Giant iceberg. Is it? I haven't traded UVXY in a long time. I haven't traded in a long time. I've gotten burned on UVXY so many times. On repricing, just bullshit repricing. Even hit the target that I wanted. Timing on UVXY is insane. Just a giant berg coming in right now. You guys want me to switch over to market profile so you can see what's happening? Or do you want me to stay on BOOKMAP right now? You guys are long calls maybe? Getting in some puts. All right, it's 2:08. I'm going to take a break. I'll leave the stream on. You guys chat in the chat. I'll put some music on for you. I'll leave the news on. I'm going to take a break. I'll be back here for Power Hour at 3. Let me see if I make sure I got the news on. It's on. I got the news on. If you want, I'll switch over and show you an iceberg coming in on the profile, but I'll put some jams on real quick. Dun, 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 dun. Let me see. What are we going to put on for jams here? Oh man, this is looking bearish now. Like I want to take this trade bad. Like I want this one bad right here. Let's move this over here. Just leave that nice little window over there. You mean to change the music, something different? You guys want to see a quick look? Yes, sir, Joey. Tesla's getting crushed
According
right
to
now.
the EIA, U.S. oil output from top shale regions in January due to rise to the highest on record. U.S. Permian crude output in January due to rise to the highest on record. U.S. Eagle Ford crude output in January due to rise to the highest since April 2020. And U.S. Bakken crude output due to rise in January to the highest since November 2020.
Oh boy, John Haggerty's checking in. He's checking around the market and sectors. He's saying XLF is falling. Always a good indicator of weakness. You guys want something different? I'll switch it up. Let's see. Hold on. You guys tell me yes or no. Be like, I like that. I don't like that. I'll blast through some stuff here. Hold on. See what we got going on. No, that's too chill, isn't it? Hold on here. Nope. Man, I'll tell you, some of this music sucks. There we go. I don't know, man. I think that, or you guys like lo-fi stuff, don't you? You guys want to sleep? Want me to put you guys to sleep? Oh, the Bears are stepping in right now. Best elevator music? Yeah, all this stuff is so I'm paying for this music now. So it's I just have to find the right music. I don't know what the good music is here, so oh, this is bear music right here. This is bear tunes. I guess if we're going up, I should play something like peppy for the Bulls. And something like rock and roll for the Bears right now. Yeah. For the Bulls it'll be like electro swing, and for the Bears it's like thrash metal. Mike Barry will show up. Is this what Bears want right now? Looks like a little break right now for the Bulls. Hold on here. I'll turn that shit off. I don't know what it I have to look through it. Supposedly I can pick like music and shit. And they got yacht rock, Joe. We're gonna put on some jams, some yacht rock. When Tesla's just pumping. Yeah, there's a little hole right here for the Bulls. I'm watching 396s, man. I'm looking for a premium kick on 396s. And I'm not seeing the premium kick. I'll line them up. Hold on. I'm going to line them up right now. I was going to take a break, but I'm like, yeah, if there's a premium kick. But there's no VIG. There's no like, there ain't nobody owns any of these options. It's like 5 people holding calls here. There's no premium kick in any of this. This squeeze right now, no premium kick. Calls are actually going down in price right now. I'm looking at them. It's not a bad trade. It's like $500 for a 10-pack. This is all bullshit right now. I'm not trading for pennies here. That squeeze right there was like 2 pennies. Yacht Rock is awesome, isn't it? Drink a couple beers, smoke a spliffy with a hippie on the dock. Get on the boat, put sails up, couple chicks. Chicks, right? Couple girls, throw them on board, and get out of here. I'm not seeing any kick in premium here. Like, calls are now 48 cents. I'm not smelling it. Smell a rip higher and you make like 5 cents. I'm going to take a break. I'll be right back. I'll be back for 3 p.m. If anything happens, I'll come back, but that's right, baby. You know what it is, Joe. It's like perfect weekend. Those days are awesome, aren't they, Garrett? Any of you guys ever spend any time down south? I at least live in Charleston, and you had some friends with boats down there, right? Those got like southern in the south, like Charleston area. These guys, they party all year long. They'll go out and pull up bushels of oysters and shit, bunch of beer, barbecue, get on the boat. Oh, look at the market. If you're just joining us right now and you're trying to get this live stream in real time, you can go down to the bottom of your player to the cog wheel. You click the cog wheel and select playback speed, then click on speed or playback speed ×2, and you'll be real time with us by about just 2-3 seconds or so. Your streaming software, or YouTube specifically, will delay live streams by up to 15 seconds naturally. I'm checking right now, man. I don't like this stuff. I don't like trading this stuff at all. Got no business trading this. Yeah, every so often they will put a delay into your stream on your end. $400 is the close. If you close at 400, it's very bullish. You close below 3,900, it's very bearish. You start seeing some moves. Yeah, there's some contract weirdness today. I am already noticing it. There's some real I figure it starts with a C. For some reason, I'm having a mind block on what it's called, but there's some real differences right now in the market. It's kind of like screwing with my brain because I'm not used to it yet. So if you want to listen live, YouTube natively will delay the stream by up to like 15 seconds. So if you go into the cog wheel, the settings of your player for YouTube, click on it. There's an option for playback speed. You click ×2, and if you're looking at the chart on YouTube, and you'll hear my voice get weird, I'll sound like a clown like I normally do, but with a real clown voice, and then you'll be real time with me. So if I take a trade and you want to hear it real time, you should be the delay should only be like 2 or 3 seconds from where I am right now. Contango, thank you for throwing the word out there for me. I appreciate that. So every time there's contango, every time the contango changes, I'm like, okay, what's the contango right now? Let me do some quick math. Yeah, I'm not used to it. I'm not used to the new contango. And I was looking at I'm like, are they blending the fucking charts right now? Like people fucking trading like the old chart, the old contract, new contract. SPY's all whacked out from it. And I figured it would be, but right now for some reason my brain's on like last contract. Could like get it to a pin. Now I'm like all messed up right now. I'm having a hard time adjusting. It's not easy. Oh, the Bears want to be coming in right now. Look at the Bears. Bears just teasing it. I couldn't trade this right now. No way. No way. Yeah, VIX is in contango. That's right. I'm a clown, baby. I was looking at the implied vol this morning too on an SPX, but it's an old chart. I want to go look at the implied vol today. I haven't looked at it. Yeah, it was like before it was 30 points, and then it went to 40 points, and then they added another 30 points, I think. Now I got it at 0.35, the difference on SPY. I could be wrong on that. I measured it once quickly earlier this morning, so I think it's like 0.35 between SPY and the new ES. I think it's the new ES contract. The blue line, baby. Trade the blue line. That is a fair point. We are like anything below the blue line, we're trading it. This is trend right here. Finally, the blue line for the bulls. Trying to match the two up right now. Don't lose the blue line, bulls. It's going to get ugly. Yeah, you should. It should force you back to normal speed, but you should be like up to real time with me. So when you hit the playback speed and my voice gets weird and then it goes normal, that means you're real time at that point. From that point forward, if you have any more delay, more than 3 seconds, let's say, 4 seconds, that would be on your end.
The European Council lifts COVID-19 travel restrictions.
Uh-oh.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
Bears are getting all sweaty right now. Uh-oh. Bears getting sweaty right now. Uh-oh. That's a long drop down there. It's a long drop. Uh-oh. Yeah, your playback should go back to normal. I know it's so teasing. Like, I just want to grab, like, I want to grab some of these. I want to grab some 0-8, like, 393s and some 0-8 398s. Cut one side loose depending on where it breaks. All right, I'll be right back. I need to take a break. I take a piss. Been like drinking straight coffee. I need some more water. I drank my entire cup of water, and I gotta refresh until 3. I'll be right back. I also want to go shit post on Twitter for a minute. It's going to be interesting to watch what happens right around here. Yeah, I'm taking a quick break right now. You guys are going to be wanting to watch here. The Bulls really, really have to. Like, Bulls only have so much time to get above here. Bulls have a lot of work right here to make this move higher. If this gets rejected here, it is a long way down, I promise you. I mean, there's some places right here to be looking. If there's a rejection, there's a gap down below here. And this is the previous low from, I don't know, pretty far back. So, very dangerous place for bulls right here. I can't call it today. I can't call it with the way the market's been acting here, but I'll tell you what. These are all the classic signs and setups for a hold on a minute here. I can assure you that same setup over here, right? Hold on here. Same setup right over here. Right? Well, kind of the same setup. Back up here, rejected, comes back down. Boom, 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 boom. And the bulls are trying to pull this off here and trade back to the top of the key. Trying to regain this up here, right? You know, the bull thesis is that we're going up here. We're going to come right back into this, either here or up here. But I tell you what, they roll this over and it's going to be lights out for bulls. And until this is broken as a bull, you really can't take the trade. You want to, if you're a bull, you want to be breaking above, take the trade from here up. But if you get caught in here, this is like the diddling place, right? It's the no-go zone for bulls. No-go zone, I'm telling you. You can take the trade above it, but this is the place where you get smoked usually. A long way down from here. Be real careful here, bulls. DIA is rolling over a little bit. Dow Jones Industrial Average starting to roll over slightly.
NYMEX gasoline January futures settle at $2.08 a gallon. And NYMEX WTI crude January futures settle at $73.17 a barrel, which is up $2.15 or 3.03%. NYMEX diesel January futures settle at $2.96 a gallon.
Gonna jump back in again real quick. There's a lot going on in the market right now. Trying to take a break here, and yeah, I'm watching this right here, and
January futures settle at $6.58.
Tesla here.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments.
Let's look,
Get a
see if
free
there's any
trial
kind of
at
a spike down here in
tickstrike.com.
Tesla or not. 3 million. Where is it right in here? So Tesla Bull's trying to get rid of this yellow box there so you can at least see it. I had a high volume spike in here earlier, still not huge. This is matching up to the one above here. Trade below broke through S2. Bears looking, they're looking to reverse this again down below here to 167.97. Keep your eyes around the rest of the market. This has been broken here. Support's been broken. Coming back down to this previous low right here on Tesla. I guess you could say you're looking for a double bottom on Tesla if you want to be bullish on Tesla right here. You could try to claim this could be a double bottom for Tesla. But man, I'll tell you what, this destruction, man, this traps so many people that you end up getting these capitulation moments in here. You really want to be seeing a volume spike on Tesla at this point. I mean, it's turning around right now. I mean, there is a volume spike in here, but it's the same as was down here. It's very similar to both of these. I would say that I'm looking for bigger. I'm like looking for it's not quite there still. This is one right here, and it was immediately reversed right off of VWAP. You might get higher here for a little bit, but no, I'm always looking. I'm always looking for like the spike. If you get the big volume spike down here, capitulation spike. It's not that it can't go up. It's that you're just looking for it. I'm not seeing it here. So on Tesla. It's decent volume, but it's not great volume. There's some supportiveness to the structure on the 15-minute here. You can see the 15 minutes becoming slightly supportive on the SPY. So maybe that rip into the close. 200 on the 15s coming through here. It's a tough trade, man. This is like a trade into the bell, maybe. 200 comes in. A little bit of weakness. Maybe a rip higher. Maybe it carries into a perceived bullish CPI print. It's more constructive today than it was yesterday, at least. I mean, yesterday they just came right in. You can see right in the 15, right? Just came right in here. We were below VWAP. Right now we're above VWAP. That's all bullish. This is all bullish right here. So the signs are saying, up on the SPY, but what does it do? Does it collapse down real quick? Then you get your rip. I can see the bullish take on the SPY right now, but I mean, I get it. I'm just saying. I guess my only point is, I'm fucking trading a SPY right here to break through for 20 cents or 10 cents. During hold on here. Give me a second here. I get the bullishness here, 100%. But what are they doing? Selling into bullishness. So this could start spiking up. I mean, the 15-minute chart says SPY is bullish. This is a big ass bear flag though here, right? If you don't like, if I guess the bullish trade is above. You want to. This is the part of the trade you want above here. If you get trapped in here, and this reverses, it's gonna go down to the depths of hell. It's a tough trade right there. A lot. Dude, how much money was lost in here? Tons. Happy Monday to everybody out there. Yeah, be careful in here. I mean, so like this setup is bullish. Or it's a bear flag. This is a bear flag. I don't care what you say. I guess I could clean it up here. But it's like this trap's right in here. There's a trap in here, so I don't know, man. I don't like trading this stuff because under normal trade, and you'd know exactly what you'd know to take this up here. You'd know to be watching out for this over here. I have no interest in any of this. None. Not feeling my mojo here, bro. I guess that could be higher. Clean that up a little bit. Try to tighten it up. It's a trap. It is a trap. Why am I so bullish? I'm not so bullish on CPI. But CPI can come in not so hot. Producers, like if I make towels, if I'm actually like weaving towels, and then I give them to a store to sell, and let's say I charge $10, and the demand price for towels comes down to $5. This is just an example. The retailer would eat that usually. That's why we get repricing too, because you'll see like retailers go 10 years without repricing products that you expect to pay $3 for, like a $3 a pound beef for 10 years, but the price of beef went up. So you build that into your every time there's a door open to reprice consumer goods. And it's not that it matters either. So you could have a hot CPI, but inflation's been coming down. You would have to have a CPI of like, I don't fucking know, 30% for it to make that much of an impact right now. We already know inflation's rolling over. We have the data on it. It's not like it's unknown information. We need unemployment to come up with it, in my view. I'll be right back. You can do two things. You can just look up volatility crush on Google, and then look up a Vanatrade on Google. It's not something that I can discuss here in stream. It's not for today. And I think this morning, Omar, I showed a SPX implied volatility and discussed volatility crush on event. Happens every event we have volatility crush. And you're going to be getting at some point you're getting a tool for gamma. And when you get that tool for gamma, you'll get the gamma levels every day. And we'll talk about Vanna and Charm. Tesla's now reversing off of S2. $396Cs are up to 60 cents, 59.
Brent crude futures settle at $77.99 a barrel, up $1.89 or 2.48%.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Just a heads up that Tesla's reversing right now and holding its own down below at S2 right now. Big volume bars on Tesla.
Just noting some upside movement in the S&P 500 at the moment. No headline catalyst for this. We are keeping our eyes peeled. So after seen a headline came out about 6 minutes ago here, Goldman Sachs planning to stop originating unsecured consumer loans soon, according to a source.
New Zealand adjusted median house prices minus 12.3% in November on a year ago, and New Zealand seasonally adjusted median house prices minus 2.8% in November on the previous month.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
Dude, what is with Tesla out there? Tesla is disappointing me to no end right now. This is a beautiful run here right here, by the way. This is absolutely gorgeous right here. Just a heads up that I'm coming in and out of stream. I'm just giving you audio here and there. I'm on the phone right now and sending some stuff to somebody. Sorry guys, I got some production stuff in the background I got to take care of. Starting to break above the previous low, just tag previous low on SPY. Next target above is going to be 398 R2. If this can hold here, we'll take a look here. You want to see at least some kind of consolidation in here and start making some more moves higher. You'll see that red bar right there is, let me pause this or mute this for a minute, guys. So you can see above here, this is where the original short came in, right? Well, not the original, but one of them came into the market. You're going to want to be looking for, take this out here and then make a way to R2. And if we go back even farther in time, you're going to see where this short began back here on this green. And the original OG short is way, way up here. Way, way, way up here. Yeah, the last semester shit's getting fucking smoked, bro. It'll end up being a break-even trade. It's gonna be pissed about it. It's a fucking hedge, but whatever. Hold on. Okay. All right, guys. So I'm gonna bring this back. Put it on a 5-minute for you. See if we can get some consolidation here. Uh-huh. I bet they are, dog. Those things are fucking dope trades, dude.
Hungary
Hold on,
may
I'm
drop
live on
opposition to
air.
global minimum
Hold on,
tax,
guys.
according to VGHU.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Want to see consolidation here. You don't want to see a break on consolidation here, guys. You want to see this kind of hold. You don't want to see the reversal start to happen here. You want to see something just like this take place. You don't want to see start breaking levels. Keep an eye on this green down here as these moving averages coming up. Also keep an eye on VWAP down here. Could have a quick liquidity break, just looking for more buyers.
Schumer says negotiations are moving ahead on full spending bill. And Schumer says it will likely need a 1-week short-term spending bill. One-week funding bill could give Congress the time it needs.
Nice
to finish work
consolidation
on
right now
omnibus funding
on
bill for the remainder
SPY.
of fiscal
Very
year
positive.
23.
Looking to attack R2 right now.
US stocks extend gains, Nasdaq up 1%.
All right, I'm back.
Bank of
Sorry.
Canada's Macklem says even if volatility does not return to the pre-pandemic level, we can expect it will be much lower than it has been in the last 3 years. He also says potential developments such as aging workforce and less efficient supply chains could make it harder to bring inflation down to 2% and keep it there. How much harder is difficult to say. Over the long term, it seems likely we won't have the same disinflationary forces we've had for the last 30 years. If disinflationary forces return and inflation starts to come in below our forecasts, again, we will adjust to hit the target. If inflationary forces are stronger than we expect, we will start to see inflation coming above our forecasts and will adjust our policy settings to hit the 2% target. Increasing rates rapidly to rebalance supply and demand and keep inflation expectations anchored is our best chance of restoring price stability with a severe contraction. With inflation running well above target, the risk of people and firms expecting persistently high inflation is greater than the risk of driving
Look at
the
that
economy
rip.
into an unnecessarily painful recession.
Green here. See where those
Interest rate
sellers
hikes
are.
have begun to work, but they will take time to feed through the economy. And if high inflation sticks, much higher interest rates will be needed to restore price stability, and economy will have to slow even more sharply.
Just blasting right now. Right there. I'm over here taking a break, talking to talking to
dollar
Joe in the
steady at
background. The SPY is just
1.36 per US
blasting
dollar
off
after
right now.
Macklem remarks, up
So earlier we
0.1%
talked about
on
taking the
day.
trade up here. You can see how beautiful it was. You know that the trap was. Oh,
This
hold on a
stream
second.
is sponsored by
You can actually
TickStrike.
see it right here.
TickStrike allows you to actually hear order
So
flow,
as soon as we
futures,
came up
forex,
here,
and stock
got
options.
above, and it was
Get a
off
free
to the
trial at
races,
tickstrike.com.
just blasting higher. Now we've got some sellers still hiding back up here, and then we've got another group of sellers that's much higher at R2 above. We'll see if we can get up to R2 at this point. Wish I was in this trade now. Like step away for like 5 minutes, I'm gone. Yeah, I was watching Tesla on. I was watching Tesla on the Tesla had a base forming, and I think Joe had said something about. I mean, this is rough on Tesla. We can look at Tesla real quick if you want. And I'll show you something else Joe was talking to me about. So this is kind of brutal down here. Tesla just can't fight its way back. I mean, this is not good watching this. There's a little time right in here where it was looking pretty good for Tesla, but I mean, this is brutal. Tesla just can't get above our R2, our S2. This is not good for Tesla. No participation. Short's not coming off on Tesla. This looks like it's basing down here, but dude, like you don't want to see that kind of stuff. You don't want to see the failure up there. You want to see the break above. You know, some consolidation. You know, attack this here. Consolidation, come up and start tagging the moving averages above. It's pretty bad. I mean, it's below this demand over here. Kind of sucks for Tesla. No participation by Tesla. SPY just blasting higher, trying to clean out all of these shorts above right now. Take a look. I want you to see, though, so this is a bear flag right here, but you see the break above and where the meat of the trade is above the key here? So you can see where the juice in this trade is right up here. Congrats to the bulls. Congrats to the shorts that closed that got squeezed out of that trade. And I'll show you what the, oh shit, hold on here. I'll show you the trade that Joe was showing to me. And see if I can show you this trade right here. Hold on here. See if I can move this.
Early market on close imbalance, currently sitting at 62 million to the buy side.
Just simple, basic charting. If you're, you know, just a.
At 3:40 p.m. Eastern Time, expect to hear Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem speaking. It's worth noting that we have seen the text release already and posted that on the website.
You know, consolidation, demand, push higher. Couldn't get above here. Squeeze just higher. Couldn't quite get it done. There's some sellers up here hiding. But there's a beautiful gap down here between 56. You can see there's no sellers here on the right-hand side of my screen until, see, start looking here. Yeah, it's all buyers up into here. There's a nice gap over here. Does it mean that it goes to all-time highs? Probably not, but there's a definite run in this stock.
TC Energy
Somewhere
hasn't
up in here.
submitted Keystone restart plans to regulators.
Back to the SPY for you real quick. I know you guys are trying to watch this. Beautiful little consolidation on the SPY right here. Trying to trade higher still. Just trying to blast north. Got the this little bit of volatility zone right here, and then R2 tag above. These are known sellers above here. We'll see if these guys come down strong and heavy. Yeah, bear flag underperforming real bad. But at the same time with this too, we did say earlier. Hold on a second. Hold on a second here. At the same time, though, the moment that you break above here, this is the trade. This is not the trade you want to be in here, and you want to see the break above. And you could see it here when you were originally come right in here. Hold on a second. This would have been the trap to drop it down. There was no trap. The moment that you break above, you take the trade higher. This is the meat of the trade and where all the money is to be made. And this is absolutely not where you want to take the trade ever. But you probably know that. Or you have a $500 account that you replace on Friday with a new paycheck. It's one or the other. I guarantee it. P-Core, baby. That's right. We were just talking about it off stream. It's a PCOR. Is J&K vertical right now? I haven't checked. I'm going to look at another screener over here. My SDAO is getting wrecked right now too. DIA is just blasting off, squeezing into the close right now. It was looking really weak earlier too. I'm like looking at it going, man, that shit looks weak. Looks like it's going to bleed right off. Blasting north. HYG just squeezing higher right now. We'll look around at HYG too. And look at that rip. Look at that squeeze higher, just dragging straight up north right here on HYG. Gorgeous, gorgeous squeeze on HYG. Just blasted, came back down, found buyers, slammed all the way up here to the top of the key. You guys can't even see it over there. Let me mute this right here. You're also seeing support now on SPY. See right here. I'm going to mute some of this stuff here. Just a beautiful squeeze higher on HYG. We'll take a look at JNK next. I'm over here the 1 hour of the day, take a break. I'm like, get away from the screen for like 2 minutes. I'm like, nothing's going to happen while I'm gone. Look at JNK. Moving averages all underneath it on the 15-minute. Just look at that. Want to do a huge blast up. Came into some resistance here, but I'm telling, look at this, gorgeous. Bulls in control of bonds right now. They must know something that we don't know, right? And close that out. Just gorgeous. SPY up here, slamming into some volatility right here. We'll see if bulls can hold on up here. Keep this in consolidation and scream it home into R2. Let's see here. And just scream right through the top of the key. Hey, remember, if you get a close above 400 today, it's very bullish. Bulls are back in charge all of a sudden. Not only are they back in charge, but it's back in charge with some conviction up here. If you're looking on SPY, SPX, yes, it doesn't really matter. You start trading up here and closing above this, it's showing you that you didn't have distribution on a larger time frame, and that you're starting to see that distribution be actual accumulation for a huge move higher. I'll see if I can bring it up on HYG's rolling over. Just a heads up on another time frame right now. Some bonds are rolling over. We'll take a look at I think we could do this on, give me a second here in the background. Take a look at it on SPX. Give it a second here and let this.
According to Sullivan, U.S. had constant.
If you guys are in this trade, we'll leave this up so you can see it. You can see over here, beautiful, gorgeous.
Chip restriction.
This orange bar right here is lending itself to nice support. Weak sellers above. I mean, there's a pretty substantial group of sellers above here, but you can see from this orange bar that we've got some nice support here.
White House's Sullivan says the White House is very pleased with candor, substance, and intensity of discussions on chips concerns.
See if the bulls can hold on right here.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
Slap the top of these previous sellers. See if they reject here or push up to R2. We'll take a look at SPX. The bulls definitely want to take a look at this because we're breaking through. I want to show you guys this real quick if I can. I'm going to bring this over real quick for you. So just taking a look at SPX. If they have these bearish setups where they'll tell you, yep, this is all just setting up for one straight down move right here, and this is very, let's look at this big old dragon formation. But you're seeing these buyers step in right now, and they're starting to break through this previous high. I mean, you're talking about a move higher into 404 here. This could smash higher right now, easily smash higher. And then above that, you've got the next level up here. This is 410 or so. This could lead to some big squeezing in the market. And then, of course, back here, you've got much. You got a bunch of stuff back here. That's your 430 above over here. So bulls have some conviction now, without a doubt. At least on SPX, it's showing a reversal for the bulls is forming up currently. So bulls want to close above this 400. This would be a conviction trade up here. If they take it to the key, you can't give it to the bulls, but it looks really good. Yeah, this is all in the bulls' court right now. All in the bulls' court. Congratulations, bulls. Congratulations, short squeezing right here. Now I want to know if this is, we know this is low volume. We know this is all short squeezing, not well, maybe it is. I haven't looked. It's actually some pretty serious buying going on in the background. That's some high volume shit right there, bruh. You can see it on the book. You're buying puts right here? Yeah, I've been in a trade all day long. Like right in here. I left the stream. Somewhere right in here, I left the stream. Right in here. And then it just came up and popped over. But this is where the trade was right here. That was the move. That was a kick-ass trade right there. No failure on the flag. Broke through the flag. Bulls took charge. Right here. This was red. The moment that they broke above this red bar right here, bulls took right over and just slammed it home. Excellent trade for bulls. I'm still holding SDAO right now. I still have a small position in SDAO. I'm afraid to look at it right now. I know I'm getting hammered in it. I originally bought in at about 249, and I haven't looked. Those trades, I don't like looking at them because the swings are wild. If you look at the Dow the past few days, it's been like up fucking 100 points, down 100 fucking points, 300 points up, 300 points down. So I try not to look at it. You don't want to see this one right here break right about here. You don't want to see this break right here. If you break, you're gonna start slamming down levels here. Got a little bit of curl inside VWAP right now. A little bit of weakness in the market with the VWAP rollover. Bulls really want to get this close up here. If bulls can't get this close up here, it means nothing. None of this means anything if bulls can't get up here and close up high and strong. Yeah, I don't want to look at it. But those positions like that, you don't look at them every day. I took some off the other day, and I've taken some off one time. But I'm still in that position. That position's for March too, so I'm not. My intraday moves like this mean nothing to me. I'm gone for like whoa, how long was this right here? No, this is where it started. The breakout right here. This is where this is where the bear flag was, right? Oh, you guys can't see this. Hold on. Just nice, beautiful bear flag right here. Yesterday we had a failure in here. Hold on. Nice, beautiful bear flag in here. Yesterday we had a failure right in here. Earlier we had this as red, right? The moment they broke above it, it was off to the races. The moment shorts broke right here, that was it. It was turn around and start running. Great trade for bulls in here. This was all not nasty in here. But this trade above was, the trade above was sexy. Absolutely sexy. Wish I was here because it would have been screaming.
Early markets on close imbalance.
Normally I'm in here
Sitting
screaming when
at
once we start breaking above stuff like this. You know it's going higher. There's no or wait a minute. Once you break above this stuff right here, you know you're going higher. There's no other way about it. Just start squeezing. Yeah, it's like at least one day a week I go on a break and I come back and some shit's happened. At least one day a week.
Markets on close.
At least one day a week, I'm like, I'll be right back. And we get a huge. It's usually because we're doing this bullshit. We're just like side, and I'm like, fuck it, I'm going to take a piss. And a move gets made. Watch HYG right now. It's trying to stay above water. HYG is trying to hold its ground here. And now someone was asking about the VIX earlier, right? VIX just keeps climbing, right? VIX is just in contango, just climbing with SPY climbing right now. Continues to go up, and while the SPY goes up, right? SPX goes up. And it's kind of interesting at this point that we haven't closed, or we're not above 400, right? That 400 is like a key level for bulls to retake. It opens up so many doors above. Big doors, right? 50-point moves. Each one's like 40 points, 50 points, 30 points. Big thing for bulls to take over up here. If they can't, you know what this is? This is the same as Friday for the bears. Chase the hole and bam, they slam it back down. So you take your money and run in this trade. You can get back into this trade for one more push up into the bell. I'm not against that trip. So far, bulls are still in charge over here. So it's not like this trade is dead just yet. But just be aware that if you are in this trade higher, that you'd want to take profit into the bell on it. I said that on Friday to the Bears. I'm going to say it to the Bulls today. I don't know if it's anticipation of cooler. There's a couple things at play. There's, you'll hear different comments on this. You'll hear that shorts just want better positioning. My thesis is still that CPI doesn't really matter unless someone knows something. This can just be people that have been short for some time period, removing hedges and shorts for CPI, so they can they don't want to lose they don't want to lose the vol in that event, and then into that event. There's a trap here so this is originally starting as a trap for bulls right here, right? And the moment that you trade higher, so you've got bears coming in trying to short this down, buying puts. The moment you go higher like this, they have to close and then go long, or even keep them open and then go long to make it up with the difference. That's how you get a zombie bear, right? They have to end up taking the long position so that they don't lose money here. You got repositioning for CPI as well tomorrow. If you're going to take a short on CPI, you'd always want to take it up high. So you'd have all those arguments from the bear side as well. You should know those as a bull. And if you want to see that thesis get destroyed, you want to see the close higher than 400. You want to see this close up here. You can see this in the inverse on Friday, right? The inverse on Friday, the bears got like right to where they wanted to make it right here, but they didn't get the they might have gotten below where the buyers were. And you can see it got scooped right there in the inverse. If we'd flipped the screen over, the computers came right back in and bought it back up so it didn't slip through the cracks. And we saw that all last week as well. Very productive for bulls for sure. Bulls want a convincing close here into the close. I thought initially it was short covering, but you can it might be a mix of short covering. The volume right now is out of control. If you look down on the book map over here, right? Hold on. If you look down the bottom right hand side over here, this is cumulative buyers and sellers, and the volume is just monstrous. Joe and I were talking about so the reason I was not the reason I needed to take a break, but
imbalance currently sitting at 300 million to the sell side. Just waiting for the final orders before we call it.
some sell. I didn't know it was already 3 o'clock. I thought it was 2 o'clock.
Market
So-
on close imbalance sitting at 410 million to the sell side.
There's this background discussion going on right now amongst young people. I'll leave you with this as we head into the bell.
This
If
stream
you're
is
a tech
sponsored
bro-
by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
If you're a tech bro out there, this is gonna sound kind of weird, but hang tight here. We'll talk about this into the bell. We got 10 minutes left. So, if you're a tech bro, right? There's a discussion going on right now amongst college tech students, computer science students, and some of them are trying to call this the bootstrap tech. What are they calling it? I think it's called the bootstrap tech recession or something. And I'll find out the name again. I'll look right now. It's called the bootstrap bubble, bootstrap tech bubble. And what these young kids are, you want to take young kids seriously because sometimes they can be a bellwether for the future, right? You find out your kid is on TikTok when it was nothing, and then TikTok becomes huge, right? So there are these young tech bros, and they're talking about how there used to be a pipeline for them. They could get a degree, and they would send resumes out to all these big tech companies, and everyone got a job. It didn't matter. And it was a given. You'd get paid X amount of dollars, job for life, everything is great. Well, all these tech bros that are coming out of college right now, their future is not guaranteed. They're hyper afraid of a tech recession in 2023 with big tech companies. And they won't be guaranteed a job at these, or at least they're perceiving that. We know that big tech companies would rather fire older workers and pick up young tech workers for cheap. But they're scared anyways. And so the job offers that they're getting right now from large companies like Microsoft, Apple, Amazon, I don't know, Tesla, anybody. Some of these young kids are passing on these jobs, and they're calling it like the bootstrap tech recession of some kind. And what they're doing is basically they're saying, if there's a fear that I have that I might get laid off, or a slowdown of a company, in these companies, maybe I should be taking more risk with my own startup or a smaller company into 2023. So you might start seeing graduates, you might see a class of graduates in these next last year, this year, next year. You might see this next wave of tech companies that are on par with the Apples and the Teslas and all these companies that have done well for the past decade, let's say, two decades for some other companies that survived crashes, and we should be looking for these kids and where they're going, what they're doing. That they're not going to put their eggs into the basket of one of these large tech companies. So I sent him a document. Or not, it's like a short film that was made by I think it's a kid from Columbia University on this topic. It's called the Bootstrap Bubble. You can find it on YouTube. It has no views. I think it has 400 views right now. It had like 350 views a couple days ago. And when I first watched it, you could, if you're watching it, it had, like a young person made the movie. So it has its flaws. They're not film students. I think that they're tech bros, like young tech guys, and it's worth watching. So that the pipeline for these kids is breaking right now. Yeah, the idea would be that maybe you'd be tracking some of these kids or some of these new tech firms that are startups now, in case they ever IPO. There might be a paradigm shift, I guess, and they talk about it in this movie, where it was normal for most kids to just immediately get in the pipeline to these companies, and that there's a real wave of these kids that are not doing that right now, still squeezing higher, retesting the highs before. Now trading 398.50, trying to get a new high into the bell right now. Do you want me to post the link to the YouTube video for you guys so you can have it and watch it in your own time? I think it's worth watching. Give me a second here, and I'll get you a link and I'll post it in. It's got no views, but this is the kind of stuff you try to watch. This is the kind of stuff that you try to watch while no one else is paying attention. And here, give me a second here, and I'll post it. The link to it inside the chat. I don't know these kids. I don't know anything about them. I was thinking about reaching out to them at least. I just posted it in chat. Please give a like to these videos. That's like the try to like the video today. There's a donate button down in the description of these videos. Takes a lot of time and effort, money to put this stuff on. At times, sometimes I can't even trade. Trying to get these videos and the information out to you guys. Please try to like, subscribe. If you can, support the channel. If you're making money in the stream, if you're learning anything in the stream, I'd appreciate the support. Now trading higher, breaking past previous lows, trying to tag R2 into the bell. Can we get 399.16, baby? Give it to me into the bell. Give me 399.16. Give me a tick. Give me a tick strike right now. What do you say? Get up there. Maybe I shouldn't be posting these levels on Twitter at all. Got like 20,000 people passing them around. Yeah, appreciate you guys being here today. Show up again tomorrow. We'll be here live trading Wednesdays. Well, of course, we'll be doing tomorrow's CPI. I'd love to take a trade on CPI report. I was thinking about taking some puts into the bell here, some 0-day puts, to be honest with you. and then of course we'll be trading the reaction on Wednesday. That'll be the big one where we can get a nice 0-day trade in. See if we can close on the bell up there. See if we can slap that R2. Give me 399.16. Just do it for me. Like the last minute. Got 2.5, or we got 1.5. We're 1 and 45 seconds left. Minute 45 until the bell. Come on, baby. Get on up there. Get on up there for Papa. They're not going to do it for me, are they? Are they going to sneak it up after the bell, maybe? Sneak it up, grab R2 at the after the bell. I don't count after the bell. That shit doesn't count to me. Yeah, so you guys will get an email about a class coming up in the next week or so, 2 weeks. You're not going to get a class today. Yeah, you guys understand the back end, how many hours this takes, right? This is like a 12-hour a day thing, believe it or not. Because they're cheap. I like cheap calls and cheap puts. Yeah, I like the SDAO. I have fun. The SDAO hedge is pretty good. It's been good to me. It's paid pretty well. It's been stable. Like as far as hedges go, I like stable hedges that don't lose money. Like they're not intended to make money, but they're intended to make money if you need them to make money. It was up at like I was up to like 100%, then 200%, then down to flat. As long as it's not losing money up there, and if they're in the money and far enough out during around this time, they should do well, at least until the event volatility is gone. Squeezing up now, minute left. You got 398.93. Oh, didn't quite get there. Missed it. Totally missed it. I thought it would snag it right before the bell. Thanks for joining me today. Show back up tomorrow in the morning. If you come, show up nice and early. You'll catch, subscribe, set notifications for when I post the live stream. I post them on, you can Google search me, Captain Jim James, on Twitter. I have a private Twitter handle you can follow if you like. It's called @CaptainsAlpha. Check me out on Twitter. And also I have a website called CaptainJimJames.com. If you go there and sign up, it's free. And you'll get emails from me telling you times and dates for classes, private streams, weekly newsletters, squeezable stocks, growth stocks that are worth buying. I'll check out all you guys tomorrow. Thanks for coming. Ryan, Adam, Joe B. Bialek, Rohit's in the house. Blind Nestow's in the house. Binky. Who else is in the house? Pat 8, Metamorph, Christopher Knox. Where We Roam. Adam. Who else is in the... Hold on a second here. We got to put some jams on. We got to put some kind of... Kick you guys out of here with some jams. Hold on here. What kind of awful music do I start playing when I start calling out your names here? To say thanks for showing up today. We'll go back to that hip-hop sound. No, we're going to go to the next song. Thanks, Ryan. Thanks, Sully, Sunny, Elvire, Brian Moody, Chet, and thanks for showing up. D. Crosby, Andre, thanks for showing up. Rohit, Gary, Cowboy Up 15, Adam, Floyd's Garage, Just Some Guy, Tom Pacheco's in the house today. Ryan Morris. Who else is in here? Ocean Fantasy, Robin, Matthews in the house today. Mr. Unrealized Profits is in the house today. Austin. Who else is here? Ryan Morris. JNC Global. I haven't seen you in a bit. Winky Face is here taking care of business. Harm's in the house. Andrew's in the... Oh, we met Andrew for the first time today, right? Cowboy 15's in the house. John Haggerty's in the house. Joey Harper's in the house, helping out in the back end. Actual Dan's in the house. Braveheart's here today. Everybody's here today, huh? Robert's in the house. Heck yeah. Fireball 1. What's up, bro? Lisa Cullen's in the house. Faison showed up. Al Marino showed up today. Who else came in? Stock Vader's in the house today. Never met him before. Nice to meet you, Stock Vader. Garrett Capshaw, how are you? JNC Global's in the house. Tony Cheese, baby. I'll catch you guys all tomorrow. Jay Starps the Barber's in the house. Super Fusion's in the house. Never met you. Nice to meet you. James Rowland showed up. Lisa Cullen showed up today. See you all tomorrow. Please like and subscribe to these videos. Well, what do you guys got going on in here? Let's see what you guys are saying at the end of this stream. There's still a bunch of you in here. Adam's in the house. Gil's in the house. Mitch, Christian, James Rowland, Harm, Jake, Travis Smith. This is like all Twitter crew in here today, huh? Tons of Twitter crew in here today. Hells yes, brothers and sisters. I'll check all you guys out tomorrow. Quantum Leap. Your wife's boyfriend, baby. Quantum Leap. Sparky's, dude, Sparky, how you been, bro?